Joe Tucker in the courthouse. Suit sharp, ready to brawl. Hey. Held his own in Monroe, ain't scared to stand tall. All them charges drop, watch the gavel fall. Fought the system solo, justice hit a call. Yeah, he cracked the code, escaped like Houdini. Now with freedom in his hands, about to drop the heavy artillery. Monroe County shook, they feeling uneasy. Ty's truth on blast, y'all ain't ready, believe me. Truth be told, Ty gon' shine the light. Expose the dark, make everything right. Support our hero, he's the beacon tonight. Together we rise, fight the good fight. Courtroom strategy tight like a vice. Proof this point didn't need no advice. Now he's out, world ready to entice. Ty's story raw, no room for the concise. From the shadows emerge, look how we reclaim. Uncover lies, unveil Monroe's shame. Rally behind the powerful like a flame. Our future bright, giving voice without name. Freedom sweet, Ty braving victory. Now let's support, lift him up like history. Each word's a step, strengthening our artillery. Together we push, making change our ministry. Truth be told, Ty gon' shine the light. Expose the dark, make everything right. Support our hero, he's the beacon tonight. Together we rise, fight the good fight. Truth be told, Ty gon' shine the light. Expose the dark, make everything right. Support our hero, he's the beacon tonight. Together we rise, fight the good fight. Truth be told, Ty gon' shine the light. Expose the dark, make everything right. Support our hero, he's the beacon tonight. Together we rise, fight the good fight.
All right, welcome everybody. We have Ty Tucker in the house, and he is ready to answer all of your questions. So, Ty, how's things going, man? Give everybody an update before we get started.
Everything's going good. I'm hanging out with my brother and, trying to get some things straightened out. I got to get all my accounts back. And I just got back on Facebook again. There was a lot of people on Facebook, and obviously there's a lot of people with questions. So, man, I mean, that's where this comes in. It's like there's a lot of people with a lot of different questions, and man, Facebook, I mean, it gets hard. There's a lot of people, but it's all good though. I mean, most people, I only had to deal with one negative comment, so, I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I had somebody, man, who was like, oh, you got away with murder. And I was like, no, I didn't. And hopefully I can prove that when we're moving forward in civil court. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, I think I did start it with, man, there's always one. You always got to have one,
Right.
But it is what it is. I mean, look, even if everything had worked out perfectly and these, say, we went to another trial, I get found innocent, there's still always going to be people out there who think I did this. And it's just going to be, that's the way it is. It's unfortunate, but that's how human beings are. They could put up billboards and do commercials saying Ty's innocent. We know it now, whatever. I mean, there's still always going to be that one person out there who's like, look at his eyes. He did that. He did that shit, some cool, crap like that. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, look, you're always going to have those people. One of the things that, actually you were a big part of, and man, the rest of the law tubers and the media that was out there, one of the things they were good about is, okay, after the trial, a lot of people started pulling the case apart. There was a lot of people, man, who started looking at the evidence on the, that we had up, the videos we had up, and looking, and these are people who are critics as well as people who were supporters, right? Everybody was looking at the evidence now, you know what I'm saying, and actually seeing what actually didn't get shown in court. A lot of the videos and that kind of stuff that didn't come out in court. And it was the same thing though. The people who supported me, man, I mean, I got a lot of supporters who went and looked at the evidence, right? But then you got the people who were my critics, the people, man, who, again, look at his eyes, look at his nose, he's a killer. Those people, they were looking at the stuff too, and man, but they came to the same conclusions for the most part. Man, I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? The evidence just isn't there. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, even, like I said, even critics, it forced them to have to go and look at the evidence because they were looking of evidence to say I did it, right? They wanted evidence showing the man, we know he's a killer, man. There's evidence. There's got to be evidence to say he is. And man, but they kept on going looking, and it's like, look, there is no evidence, and there's a good reason for that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, reasonable doubt. I mean, there's no evidence there. You know what I'm saying? So, even the critics, a lot of them got quiet after trial, after going and looking at the evidence, and they're, while they were looking for shit, there's nothing there. And then other people found other shit there, like, you found those statements made by Todd, Quinn. We knew they were there, but man, didn't know the importance of them until, man, after you pointed it out. Because they did actually become very important. The statements made by Todd O'Quinn. But that came about because other people were looking at the case.
Absolutely.
Even us, man. You talk about tunnel vision. We had seen all this evidence over and over and over again. Lauren and I, man, I don't know how many times we've watched the Cosmo video. I don't know. Hundreds. I don't know. Arguing about what you see in it, man. Doing the same thing we did at trial, man. Arguing about, man, shining light on this and a reflection here, a reflection there. Trying to figure out what happened. But the thing is, man, even us, you get to a point where you're in kind of tunnel vision, so to speak. Anyway, so, I'm starting to go off on other subjects, and man, we got a question up here. Are you going to be doing your YouTube channel when you get the computer again? Yes and no. The Free Franklin Tucker YouTube channel, I think, needs to change. That the criminal case is over. I think we need to make it more of an archive, and man, where it has all the stuff from the case and stuff on there. But obviously, I don't need to be freed anymore. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have to change things up a little bit over there, and I may do some stuff on there. Every once in a while. I do have a new YouTube channel I'm going to be opening up. Where, man, yes, I do plan on doing quite a few broadcasts from there, and this has to do with more about how to fight pro se, my analysis of the law, depending on looking at different cases and other pro se cases and lawyers' cases where they could have done better if they were pro se.
Now, does it have a name yet, Ty?
Well, I think it's actually going to go along with that first book. Well, actually, I don't know if it's going to be the first or second book. There are two books that, man, I actually wrote while I was in jail.
Okay.
And I just have to get them put to Word and put on PDF. But the first one, man, is called Pro Se Warrior. And the art of legal self-defense is the little tagline underneath of it. But the bottom line is it's just how to fight like we did. We did a lot of things that were very unorthodox. And that worked very well. And man, I treat it actually as a war book. One of the books I had in my cell was the 33 Strategies of War. And of course, I went to school for war. That's where that's what I was in college for when I left college. And war and strategy, and I've always had a big thing for strategy. But the thing is when you think about it on the scale, like, no, I didn't have a law degree. However, I studied war, which is vastly more complicated than law, especially pretrial criminal. Pretrial criminal is actually fairly simple. But, when you start getting into appellate law and you start getting into civil law, it's a whole different thing, but pretrial criminal is actually fairly simple in a lot of ways. And we had a lot of thinking outside the box, whatever. So, man, that's what that book will be. And I'm feeling that's probably what the YouTube channel will be, in the end. And there'll be a bunch of discussions. I'm sure Steve and I will have a few legal debates and legal discussions on there and see how that works.
Absolutely.
How did I cope through the hurricanes? And were there any emergency evacuation plans in place for your safety? No, we did not evacuate. There was, during the hurricanes, there was no mandatory evacuation in the Keys. Matter of fact, we barely even knew they were going on, except for the second one. I believe the second one. We lost power for a second, that kind of stuff. But no, the sad part is in Key West. Okay, if you're going to be in Key West for a hurricane, you can't be any more safe than being in the jail. The jail is probably the safest place you can be. It's a big concrete building that's up on stilts, right? And you're up on the second floor or second or third floor of this building, man. I mean, it's going to take some serious gusts and some serious storm surge to knock that one out. Now, the bad part is if it does knock it out, though, you are locked behind a steel door, and that kind of sucks, but at least you're in the safest spot you can be. All right. So we have, this is Elizabeth. Your trial was the first trial I watched on court TV. I knew you were 100% innocent, and it pissed me off how dirty they did you during the trial. Look, it pissed me off how dirty they did me for the last 7 years, much less what they did at trial. It's funny because, a lot of people, that's the part they see is the trial. And one of the things I was thinking about when I was in there is how much goes on prior to trial, right? All this pre-trial motions, and man, a lot of the battles are in, before you ever even get to trial, stuff the jury's never going to see, right? Fighting over these motions and all these hearings and stuff like that. Those are what decides what gets presented at trial. So a lot of, 75% of your battle is right there in pre-trial. So it's kind of interesting to see. And man, Court TV, hopefully I'll be talking to Vinny again soon. I wouldn't mind talking to him, I'm sure he wants to know how things, man, ended. This deal was definitely interesting.
Have you been able to access your email? Have you heard from anyone like that?
Well, that's the thing is I haven't been able to access my email, and I got to fix it because, when I went in, I had Gmail or whatever, so it's now bouncing my emails. This is a long story short. It's bouncing my emails and saying my box is full. Right? So all I got to do is fix that, man, and then I should be able to go ahead and get with those people, them and the law and crime people and all the other people, right? Talk to them about, what's going on. I have been approached by some media through Facebook because Facebook, I talk to some people on there. But man, once I get my email back, then it should, man, there should be a lot more projects coming. Let's put it that way. So we'll see. I would love to talk to Vinny though, because man, I am a big fan of Vinny's, man.
I think that would be a great discussion. You and Vinny get together because I know Vinny remember at the end of that trial, he saw the key thing that he saw at the end of the trial was the knife thing.
Man, he's like, lying to the jury. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Right. And that's like, to me, he was the one that got it.
It was like, what I'm saying? Same thing with the other lawyers they talked to on that panel. And it's like, none of them thought that was cool. And the thing is, but here's my problem, man, is okay, even with Vinny, and man, I like Vinny. Vinny, don't think I don't like you.
All right.
But here's the thing is, man, every lawyer out there, it's their duty when they see misconduct, right, to report it to the bar. And I guarantee you not a single lawyer that watched that entire trial ever wrote a complaint to the bar about, man, what they saw in that close. And then what they saw in that close was it violated a few things. Not only they lied to the jury, but what they did is they, man, flipped the burden of proof, right? Because when they, issued that, the lie about Lauren, right now you're trying, or even the lie about the blood, either one. Now you're you're in your clothes and you're trying to shift it. So now I have to prove that, man, those things didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to shift the burden of proof to me, when it's your burden of proof to, man, prove that I did anything. Anyway, there's a bunch of different things in there. And some of that will come out too. I know I told you that the sidebar audio is going to be available soon. So, man, all the stuff Court TV.
Is that going to be, that's something you're going to be able to feature and put up on that channel, correct? Like you're going to be able to upload it.
Yeah, that'll definitely be on.
Good.
Awesome. Because, the thing is even Court TV, anybody who watched it on Court TV, you notice we went up to the sidebar an awful lot, right? And nobody got to hear that part, right? That part wasn't made public, but I got the audios because I need to have them transcribed for trial, right? So, so the audios include the sidebars because those are still on the record, even though the jury's not present, right? Those, sidebar conversations are definitely part of the record, So those
there was a creator that got a hold of I don't know if you're familiar with the Charlie Adelson case down in Florida. He was the dentist that hired a hitman to go kill his brother-in-law. But there was a creator that got a hold of the sidebar conferences in that trial, and it was very interesting to hear what was actually being discussed.
Oh yeah, because then that's where you're arguing. That's where you're actually arguing the points of law and all that shit is, man.
Yeah, and there were things being said over there that were like, wow, because it's said, and nobody's hearing it. So it's very, that's going to be some interesting stuff, especially given the nature.
When they watch it, they don't realize, man, how much goes on in those sidebar conversations. And I'm sure, man, matter of fact, I've even had people who watched it who would tell me, I wish I knew what they said, what you guys were talking about up in here and, and up in there and all that, so. Okay. What did you think of Sarah Boone's trial in Florida? LOL. She really should have taken the 15-year plea deal. We know you're innocent. Hope things go well in your civil case. Sarah Boone, I didn't actually watch. I was in jail. The thing that pissed me off about Sarah Boone, and I actually did get in an argument with one of the guys in the cell about this, right? Because okay, Sarah, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that they made her take go pro se because man, she had been through like 7, 8 lawyers or something like that, and
That's
basically their take on that is well. We keep trying to appoint you attorneys. You don't want an attorney, so man, I guess you want to go pro se, right? And man, that's what they make her pro se. But what bugged me about it, I mean, that's a little extreme too. But I understand the court's position there. If you've been through enough lawyers, man, and you're using it as a stall tactic, then man, yes, I could see where man I'd make you go pro se. You know what I'm saying? I could definitely see that. But the thing is man, apparently when she went pro se, all of a sudden she got laptop time and computer time and all kinds of little perks that I was not getting and man, I'd actually asked for and been denied. So I was a little jealous, if nothing else.
That was one of the reasons, Ty, I was asking about your laptop time because we were seeing that on TV that she was arguing in court and
Right.
And the judge was saying that was a definite right she had because there were audio that she had to get laptop
Right.
time and she was getting opportunities to write her motions and do
Right.
all that stuff and have
Right,
access
because
to work.
for due process,
And she was assigned
she has to have the ability to get ready for trial.
and she was
Right.
assigned an actual computer that was
Right.
kept, and then they had some guy that, or I think it was a lawyer that would come in and like oversee when she would have it, and that was upsetting to me because I'm like, you're getting a golf-sized pencil,
Right. And I got to handwrite all my motions, and I got to send them in via snail mail, all that kind of crap. And and I mean, they were making it as difficult on me as possible to be effective at all. You know what I'm saying? Now I did have advantages. But
I hope that gets included in your
many.
civil case.
Yeah,
because
that is coming out in the civil case. That's another denial of due process. So man,
exactly. I was going to say that's a due process issue.
Exactly, that comes out in civil too. The one last thing I'll say about Sarah Boone though is to that other part of the question. It was like, okay, the 15-year deal, should she have accepted it? Well, I'm not going to say she should have or she shouldn't have. I know there is overwhelming evidence of her guilt. Again, she deserves, I know she was found guilty, you know what I'm saying? And if I was her, looking at her situation, I mean, look, if they've got video of you talking to your boyfriend who's stuffed in a suitcase, you might want to take the 15 years because, man, I mean, at that point, man.
I am with you on there. Well, listen, I think she was crazy because remember, she ended up getting a lawyer and he negotiated that for her. And he was the lead public defender of the something circuit for like 15 years is who she got. And now he's in private practice, but he shut down his entire private practice to go to trial with her because that judge basically said he took the case thinking he was going to get it continued to May. And that judge said, nope, it's going in October. And that was like, I think it was 6 weeks he had to prepare. And he that's going to be one of the basis for her appeals is, this was, first of all, the basis, which is already out in her appeal, the basis the judge used to deny her an attorney, he did not go through the different tests that were needed to do that. And in fact, the reasoning he used is not supported anywhere.
You're talking about the Ferretta hearing when he asked her all the questions. Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah. When he got rid of her attorneys and said, you're done. He said that he should have put her on notice at attorney 5. You're misusing the system, but he never did. So as a result, he shouldn't have denied her counsel yet. Because the judge had to let her know, listen, you're abusing the system, and another time,
she still has to go through a Ferretta hearing and all that
stuff.
I mean, you have to do that.
He didn't do any of that. So there's real issues, I think, probably that will come back because this judge just wanted to rush it through, and he's probably hoping that maybe she's such a troublesome defendant that maybe the appeals court will just find a creative way around it.
Some of them, man, they just don't care. They're like, okay, let's get through this, and man, they can deal with it in appellate court. You know what I mean? And man, now that's a horrible way to do things. Because we both know the average appeal takes about 8 years. And so I mean,
and you're sitting there you're sitting in prison while that's going on. I mean, that's why
exactly,
it's terrible.
Exactly.
You know.
So we got another one here from Megan. Hi, Megan. Been a while. You know, war is an amazing study. This time of year is special interest in me because of Pearl Harbor. Yeah, I mean, I studied a lot of war, and yeah, it's interesting because even in both my books, I talk about how my theory now is that law is nothing more than another means of warfare. That's all it is. It's the means of a government of committing warfare against its own population, right? Because in the end, you got to think about war, what war is about. War is about control and power. Power comes from control. The more I control, the more powerful I am. Whether it be and that's a very simple way to put it is if I'm under self control, say I have self control, I'm considered self empowered. And the more people that you control, the more powerful you are. That's the idea of warfare in general anyway. And, law is a means of controlling people. That's what it is. And, and there's it's a lot more political than I ever thought. But I'm kind of getting off track here. But I did come up with, when I was reading the 33 Strategies of War, it reminded me of who I was, first off. And, the assets I had. And remembering that I was never going to win just with the legal argument. Yeah, the law was on my side. I had the law, right? I mean, the statutes were on my side, the case law is on my side, but you're not going to beat a dirty judge that way. It's just not going to happen. So you better think of some things that are outside the box that are not the things that they can't control, things that that they can't deal with. The media being one of them. It's like, okay, once you get the media involved, the media, is great for two things. A, digging up the truth, and then B, going ahead and making it so it's harder for them to get away with dirty shit. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it became a whole strategy, but I had a strategy for filing motions. I had a few different strategies for filing motions because my personal belief, again, is that pro se defendants control the speed of what happens in court. Right, I can speed things up or I can slow them down because I'm 100 times faster than that PD or that lawyer. Even the prosecutor. Prosecutor takes a couple months to do something, to file a motion, file two motions, whatever. Right, I can do 20 motions in a week because I have nothing else to do except work on my motions. Right, so when I'm doing that, I mean, I can put out 20 in a single day. I call that a blitzkrieg. That's what I call that. It actually comes from World War II, same era as Pearl Harbor. But it was the idea of moving fast and overwhelming force, right? So if I file 20 motions all at once, for them to respond to all of those and actually do what's required of all of those, now they got to put in some work.
Well, Todd, that's a legitimate, I'll just say, that is a very legitimate legal strategy that actually was the strategy. Many people wonder, what was the secret sauce to my dad, and why did he win cases, and why did he get such good deals? And he actually it was on his, when he got a case, there was a set of motions that he filed in every single case. And in every single case, when those motions got filed, it created issues right away. It created work right away. And that was why, as soon as the work was created, they were coming right to him with a plea deal. And that is a very legitimate.
I mean, these are all tricks they use. I mean, sometimes, they'll file them and you'll trickle them in, because you want things to get spread out longer. You know what I'm saying? You want things to take longer. If you don't want to trickle them in, to make them take longer, or if you want to cause chaos and confusion and make them work, then you file 20 motions all at once. Yep. I mean, it's basic strategy, right? I mean, look, because again, this is warfare. This is not just, what happens in that courtroom. Like I said, a lot of the battle, 75% of it happens outside of the trial, right? You're dealing with pretrial motion and notices and responses, and you're filing all kinds of different shit before you even get to trial.
Yep. Well, my dad used to tell me, what he told me he said, son, I know you like to watch your trials. I know you like everyone else. You think the trial is the big he said the trial has already been won or lost in pre-trial and jury selection. The motion
I did, the one I did to disqualify Morgan, right? I won as soon as he decided he had to take a continuance. As soon as he took the continuance, I won that, right? Now, I didn't end up winning it in the third DCA. I had to take it to the third DCA, but he was stupid for making me take it there, right? Because, okay, if I hadn't had to take it to the third DCA, like he actually did me a favor by denying it, right? Because so he denies the motion. And I immediately come up with, well, I have an application for a writ of prohibition right here, ready to go. I just have to fill in the details and send it off to the third DCA. And until we can decide, whether or not you can be the judge, I think it would be best for us to take a continuance, and set off the trial, right? Now, because they were trying to force me into going to trial. See, this is all stuff that doesn't happen at trial. They're trying to force me into going to trial on the 6th of September, knowing that there was no way I could be ready. You know what I'm saying? I told you, it took me a long time to even get supplies in jail.
Mm-hmm.
They figure they're going to tie my hands behind my back. Well, by filing that disqualification, even though I didn't end up getting it in the end, I still got the time I needed to go ahead and get ready for trial and get my subpoenas lined up, my experts lined, all that stuff. Right. So it bought me time. Now I didn't do it for that purpose. I actually did it to try and get rid of Morgan. I'm not going to say I did, but the bonus and where I already won is, that, it bought me some time for trial to get prepared.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So, you got to think of those it is warfare in every sense of the word. And like I said, I'll be putting that I have 2 books, man. Both of them are, deal with those along that lines. I have different ideas I put in each one of them, but one of them is how to fight for people, man, who want to fight pro se. I am definitely a big advocate of pro se now, especially in pretrial criminal. I think, lawyers have become antiquated in some ways. If I have a legal question, I can ask AI and it'll give me a pretty good answer.
Absolutely. Yes, it will.
So, people who are out fighting their case, they have lots of advantages they never had before. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean the legal system, they don't welcome you with open arms, man. I mean, we are the enemy, right? As far as judges, lawyers, we're the enemy, but you got to think about it. Again, they have to justify these high rates they charge. They have to justify their existence, So, anything that fights that, so they're trying to have their own jobs. But at the same time, I've definitely become an advocate for pro se just because they're, in pretrial criminal, like I would tell these guys in jail, I'm like, okay, you're out there hustling in the streets all the time. Cause again, not everybody in jail is innocent. Let's not even go there. But I tell them, I'd be like, you're out there hustling in the streets all the time, so you're making deals all the time. That's what you do. You're a hustler. You make deals, right?
Right.
So all of a sudden you get arrested. And now you're afraid to make a deal with a guy who's sitting in a suit across the street, across from you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what the hell? You did whatever you did. You know what I'm saying? Man, what you're willing to do for it, right? What you think, man, you're willing to do for it. Go in and, man, cut the middleman out. Stop sitting there for years and, man, go and cut the middleman out. Make your damn deal.
Well, especially in the state of Florida where they hold people for years. I mean,
they hold people for a very long time. I mean,
there was a trial that
I've seen them longer than what their maximum sentence would be. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think there was the ice cream man trial, and I think that guy was in jail for 10 years. He was eventually convicted, but he was in. I think he had a couple trials. But I mean, it's crazy in Florida. I mean, that they.
Well, Hannah B has a really good question here. This one's a really good one. Did you ever speak directly with Rory or Travis about their involvement? No, I have not. Other than speaking with Travis at trial, man, when he was up on the stand. Now, Rory and I had a couple of incidents, man, that were kind of messed up because, in jail, we weren't supposed to be around each other, right, at all. And there was one time they took me to medical and I ended up face to face with Rory Wilson, man. I was like, oh, no, you guys know better than this. We can't be around each other. And then there was another time where, man, this to make it worse, is they took us back from jail, and we were both on the same bus. Now I was up in the front and he was in the back, but at the same time when they came out and they take your handcuffs off of you when you come out and get off the bus and you go back in the jail, they take your handcuffs off. And his handcuffs were already off and they bring me in. I still got my hands shackled to my belly, right? So he had his open shot right there if he wanted to take it. And he threatened me, man, through the glass a few times, tried to do this through the glass and all this other kind of crap. It's like Rory Wilson is exactly what you would think, and Rory Wilson is exactly where
really. So he actually tried to actively threaten you through the glass.
Yeah, but but the thing is, there was no way to prove it because there was no
Right.
camera face in that cell, right? So it's not going to do me any good, man, to try and even say that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, did it happen? Sure, it did. Matter of fact, I even have a friend of mine I talked to just the other day, man, who actually he was there, man, when it happened.
Is that the gentleman that posted? He went in one of my comments on the video. I clipped out the part about when you arrived back. I think his name's Thomas. And he said, I was there and witnessed all of it.
Oh, no, that's another Thomas.
That's another guy. Okay.
Yeah, he was there for a bunch of the early stuff.
Yeah.
But now this guy, his name's Terrell, and man, I met him in jail, right? And we both come from Philadelphia. So, man, we both have, Philadelphia roots, whatever, man. He has a big tattoo of Philly on him, man, his chest, whatever. Thing is, but we ended up becoming friends because of that. And we've been friends even when I was out, and I'm still friends with him now. But the thing is, man, he was there for that, man, saw him actually do that. You know what I'm saying? And Terrell actually got moved into his cell at one point, and Phelps had him moved out of the dorm because, man, Terrell was like, man, telling other inmates that, man, Rory was full of shit. And, no, the white boys didn't set him up. And, no, man, they're not the ones snitching and blah, blah, all this other kind of crap, jailhouse kind of crap. But she had, man, Terrell pulled out of there and put into a different dorm to be away from Rory Wilson. Rory's a piece of work. And man, his appeal got denied, right?
No, I didn't. Hold on one second.
No, he tried to appeal. He should have got effective assistance of counsel, in my opinion.
It did get denied. Well, I mean, his attorney was terrible. Still have not.
His attorney was horrible. A horrible attorney.
I need to.
Right? And man, look, for as much as I can't stand Rory, and I know he's guilty, he still deserved a fair trial. He still deserved a decent lawyer, man, to actually defend
that attorney was just absolutely it was the biggest, just mailing it in and lay down and just, I mean.
It's like, okay, there was overwhelming. This is why the court denied him, right? It's because they were like, well, yeah, you got ineffective assistance of counsel, but there was overwhelming evidence you did this. Is why they wouldn't give him a new trial. And in reality, yes, there is a lot of evidence against Rory Wilson. I mean, that's why nobody's ever doubted, man, who killed Matt. That part has never been in debate. You know what I'm saying? The forensics and the physical evidence, all that stuff, man, the video evidence, all of it tells you who did that. You know what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. I guess I shouldn't say it hasn't come in debate because Monroe County, man, still want to try and make me a stabber. You know what I'm saying? Look, and their arguments for that are so bad it's not even funny. But again, with Rory's DNA on the knife, both victims' DNA on the knife, I mean, it was kind of, man, Rory did what he did. Thing is, but he deserved fair counsel. I agree with that, and I will always agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Look, it's not about knowing they did it, right? There's times, man, when the prosecutors and cops know somebody did something, right? But that's not how we convict people in this country. That's not how we're supposed to anyway. We're supposed to know they did it because we did an investigation, and man, we actually went and found evidence, and man, and actually proved this person actually did something. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it's supposed to work. Doesn't work that way anymore, but that's the way it's supposed to work. But I know I keep going a little bit long on these answers.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Hey, listen.
It's like, okay, when you ask me about Rory and Travis, it's like, I'm still getting stories about Travis, it's amazing. And man, actually one of the, not jokes, but one of the things that, man, Lauren and I have been saying lately is, maybe now that, man, this criminal part's over, we'll start actually getting some answers, man, to what really happened. There was a lot of it that was covered up there. We even have, like I said, we have some new evidence, stuff like that. But I mean, I want to get closer. I'd like some answers to what really happened too. You know what I mean? I really would. I mean, I have my theories, we've discussed those.
So,
but there's
now the new evidence you have, what is it? Are you able to get into that, or is this?
No, I mean, actually, oddly enough, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up mailing them to Lauren for right now while I'm on the East Coast.
Okay.
And, so they're safe, and, so all that stuff is safe, and she's going to start going through it before I do, because Lauren just can't wait to go through it. One of the things about Lauren is a very tenacious investigator, and she also has every right to want to know what actually happened. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And so does everybody, and all it does is help us with our civil cases anyway. You know what I'm saying? But, the bottom line is there's a lot of documents out there people haven't seen. There's a lot of videos and
I was
audio.
going to say, have you been able to acquire some of the missing videos or anything?
No, I mean, no, none of the missing stuff. Actually, Valoran, it was funny about that, because Mansfield trying to say that he had my video uncut, and
Right,
they
right.
had the missing 3 minutes, that kind of stuff, the videos that have been edited, and trying to say that he had the non-edited versions. And it's like, oh, no. You can try and say that all you want, man. Okay, we haven't been able to get those in 7 years. And not only have your side not given them to us, they've planned out, wrote down that they didn't have them. But then the other thing is besides even that, not only did they not have them, it was one of those, okay, you're trying to say that you got these things, and now again, you don't have them. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well then what happened to them in the first place is still always, the question. You see what I'm saying? So, but we'll figure that out, man.
Well, that's what I've always wanted to know is what happened to the video. Because, I mean, if you look at all of
my brother
the
and I
cameras,
were just talking about that. Every bit of exculpatory evidence, anything that could have, proven me innocent, ended up disappearing.
Well, that's
whether
what I mean.
it be the Tom Thumb video or whether it be JoJo's truck.
Yeah.
These things could have proven me innocent. And, but of course, they end up disappearing and nobody has any explanation. There
was a camera, I believe, right behind where it would have captured that Todd O'Quinn pointed out when Pitcher and him were doing the walkthrough and said, that's good because that camera right there will capture the scene I just told you about, and it's gone.
Well, and then
they got the wrong day or something.
We have the video picture showing JoJo a picture from the video, and then claiming, he doesn't know where it came from, and they don't have the video, and they don't know where, the video is. And and then that Danielle Malone collected the wrong date and all the other crap. You know what I'm saying? Well, if Danielle Malone collected the wrong date, where did the video on Pitcher's phone come from? You know what I'm saying? How did he show JoJo pictures from inside of Tom Thumb? It's come on. It's like, and it's all these different lies that, God, in essence, this crime isn't that complicated. You know what I'm saying? It's a robbery that, went bad. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you want to call it. But at the same time, when you start digging into, what the cops did here, it becomes complicated as hell. And the prosecutor, the cops, the judge, all of it becomes complicated as hell. And then you got to go back to the whys of it. And I think the answer to that, is somewhere in the Anthea Clay realm. You know what I'm saying? I think that is where the answers to the questions lie, right? Because there's never been an explanation for any of that. You know what I'm saying? So
I think the biggest thing is, I think one of the biggest things that sticks out when it comes to Anthea Clay is her communications to the police prior to this happening.
Right. Yeah. Right. An hour prior to the
absolutely. And then the fact that they brought her back to the crime scene, which we only got a snippet of the body camera of that.
She wasn't treated like any other witness. Like you noticed that same.
And then they lie and say she's not available and she's living right down there at the same spot.
Right.
Why are they hiding her?
The nights of videos, they interview Todd O'Quinn, they interview Ben Hansen, they interview Alan Seifert, they interview Manfred all these people, right? But there was 2 people who split, which was Belinda Corrales and Roosevelt Washington. They just took off, right? Which so they weren't available. But any of the witnesses that were actually there that didn't take off, they interviewed all of them on video, right? They sat and did video interviews with all of them, with the exception of Anthea Clay. Right?
Now, are you able to subpoena Gabby to testify at the civil trial?
Sure.
So that you can get her in. To tell, because I know you have the 911 tape you said of her, which is compelling. I remember pictures describing it, and then there's in documents and things that it's described in. But clearly she's describing a scene that cannot be explained with the theory of the prosecution.
No, it can't. And not only can it not be explained that way, and Gabriella Torelli, her testimony, and you got to remember, because you haven't even heard it from the 911 call. We'll have to get that to you. But the 911 call, she's just seeing this in real time, reporting it to somebody on 911, right? She has no reason to lie. She has nothing to do with the crime. She has nothing to do with anybody. She has no reason to lie. So why would you think that anything she's saying in this phone is untrue, right? And she gives a completely different account of what happened. You know what I'm saying? Now this is
Well,
after Todd O'Quinn runs up
even
the hill.
Pitcher says that if you go in the, I think it's in the interrogation room video where you hear him talking, and he's talking about how Gabrielle Torelli is the most, and he talks about it in his deposition too. In his opinion, was the most credible witness.
Yeah,
because of
she had
what
no
you
reason
just
to
said.
lie.
Yeah,
She had absolutely no reason to lie.
she was reporting what she was seeing,
Right.
and that's why they were all focused on a car and not a
in
truck.
real time on the phone is she saw a black guy in a hoodie come out of the treehouse, go right to where underneath of her into a black sedan, jump in. There was already a driver in the black sedan, jump into the black sedan, and then take off the other direction. You know, the different, JoJo's truck's going one way.
Well, and then
the other direction down Laurel and man hang a left and man go down the street.
But then you couple that with Michael Alexander, who says a car, not a truck, pulled into Tom Thumb.
Now, we found out the owner of the car, though, that we did find the owner of the car.
Oh, okay.
Right, and they questioned him, right? Okay. Now, he didn't admit to, he admitted to giving a sweatshirt, but he didn't say, man, he gave him a bloody sweatshirt, right?
Okay.
No, but the thing is, okay, but even then, say, man, that meant nothing. Say it was just a coincidence, whatever. Right. Then where'd the bloody sweatshirt go? Where did the sweatshirt that you collected? We know you collected it from the garbage. So why did it all of a sudden disappear? And
but Michael Alexander was extremely confident that this guy was involved in whatever happened at the treehouse. So that's
and there's a possibility of that. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, I'm not saying there's not. You know what I'm saying? I have my own theories about who I think those people were. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
well, I know you were saying in the last live that you thought they could have been undercover police officers.
Yeah.
Which now, would they have been positioned in a place that other witnesses would say there were people here who could have been, maybe they knew them as somebody different, but there was Billy Bob and Joe that was staying down here.
Gabrielle Torelli, her boyfriend, who was standing right next to her, verifies her, tells the exact same story. You know what I'm saying? Same exact story that you hear in the 911 call. So their story is solid.
Right.
Now you have other witnesses who say different things, right? It depends on which ones. But the one that was, kind of a big deal about Alexander too, because man, remember he was sleeping up underneath the was it the loader or whatever?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But man, then that's when he heard everything, right? Now he knew Ben Hansen was, he knew who he was. The guy who came out with the baseball bat, he knew who he was. But he said he heard both Anathea and he heard Paula sometime that before when this incident happened.
Yes.
But he actually heard Anathea out there. Now Anathea gets found 2 doors down. I mean, the thing is it's like, okay, when you start adding in all the inconsistencies with Anathea, right? And then there's other things that have come about with that too. But again, I think there's a good chance those were undercovers trying to get the hell out of it.
Did Paula ever say Anathea was there right before or during or on the?
No, but that doesn't mean she wasn't, because she could have been downstairs.
Well, yeah, because her room was on the other side of Paula's. So
you got to remember, Michael Alexander, he's sleeping up underneath a thing. He's just hearing voices. He doesn't know where they are. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Hannah B had a question here. So Alan Seifert, I think she had brought him up.
Seifert,
Seifert. Is he still alive? I think she was saying, she had brought this up where she found him. Is he still? You said you thought he might be passed away. But is he
Alan
still alive?
Seifert is, man, another witness. He's the witness from the Hogfish. We did send investigators to talk to him, but he didn't have much that we could use. We were trying to find out some stuff. Michael Alexander is the one that was found dead behind the dumpster, which is unfortunate. And man, that's another unfortunate thing that,
So Seifert, did he say, I mean, is there any theory as to who that was on the phone and how that was connected?
No,
Could that have been Todd O'Quinn?
He did not identify anybody.
Well, I just noticed. If you go back to the video that Todd O'Quinn, the famous one where he says there was a guy with Todd O'Quinn. It's dark. You can't say. It looks like he could have a red shirt. And I remember Todd O'Quinn said he was leaving to go meet a guy at Hogfish. Right. So could it have been the guy yelling, like Todd O'Quinn's telling him, I'm on my way, this guy. And they're talking.
That's what I think, actually, because, man, when you explained it to me the other day and you explained your theory, I was like, that's actually a pretty good theory. Yeah. Because we know Todd O'Quinn went over to the Hogfish.
Yeah. And that's to me. And that guy's excited, yelling like.
Right. And if he's, talking about what happened to somebody on the phone, you know what I'm saying? I could see where some other patron overhears it and, and all that shit.
And I'm quite certain that guy probably knew who Matt Bonnett was. I mean, everybody correct me
Yeah.
if I'm wrong. I mean, everyone kind of in that circle
Well,
knows
I mean, you got to
knows
think,
of
man,
everybody.
I mean, look, even coming back from the hogfish when the cops stop him, I mean, Todd's obviously still freaked out,
Yeah.
about the whole
Oh,
thing.
he was wound up.
So
Yeah, he was
you know,
wound up.
yeah. But
Um,
we'll probably try reaching out to Alan again. We're going to be going over everything again.
Good.
Because we want to, man, now it's geared towards a civil case as opposed to a criminal case. So, man, there's different things that are, different rules of evidence, different things.
Well,
But we're going to be going everything with a fine tooth comb.
well, remember, Ty, now, and this is something my dad explained to me long ago, because, there's always the discussions of everybody out here, and I'd say, man, all these people filing lawsuits, and how can they file a lawsuit? Because, when you file a lawsuit, as my dad would explain, the power of filing the lawsuit gives you a regular person like yourself or me to the investigative abilities of a prosecutor. We can depose people. We have the right to go to court and get a court order for records. So that civil case is going to be as much about investigating all of this as it is about, that's going to be your process of getting justice. It's the threat of that investigation that causes a lot of places to come and say, let's talk about a settlement before you get the powers of
Well,
subpoena.
here's the other thing I've been thinking recently is like, okay, even the difference between criminal and civil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in the criminal case, now here's something, an advantage that they have in the criminal case that, man, they don't have in the civil. And there's a few of them, but man, this one specifically, they can't bribe people, they can't bribe witnesses to come to a civil case like they can to a criminal case, right? Like JoJo, they can't threaten JoJo to go to a civil case. You see what I'm saying? And be a witness in a civil case. Now, man, all of a sudden it levels that playing field again where both sides, neither one of them can, man, bribe witnesses anymore, right? Because in a criminal case, the state can give them time off their sentence. They can drop their case. They can pay them straight out cash if they want. And it's all legal to buy witnesses, right? But once you move over to the civil arena, they can't do that anymore, right? They can't, give people cash to come and, man, testify. You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden it levels that playing field again. So I would almost argue that I'm going to get more justice out of civil court.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So we'll see.
Well, hey, listen, you got to remember, look at O.J. Simpson, right? He got acquitted, right? But every time he's ever brought up, it doesn't matter that he got acquitted in criminal court. Everybody says the civil court's the only thing that matters. So,
right. Well, in civil court, that's the thing. The civil court doesn't have the same burden of proof that
that's
criminal,
right. But if you go get a successful verdict in civil court, you're going to have remember, you never had a verdict over here. You pled no contest, which isn't an outcome. You get a verdict. That's the thing everyone will talk about.
Right.
So that's now they get you to settle if that's what which
here's the difference too is yes, you can take a case to court, right? Like OJ got acquitted on the criminal case, right? Got acquitted, right? So, man, you would think they wouldn't be able to sue him, right? But they can, and then the difference in the burden of proof
is a lot lower.
It's, man, in criminal court, I have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Means I have to be fairly certain that you did this, right? But in civil court, it's by a preponderance of the evidence. Does most of the evidence say that you're guilty? And if most of the evidence says you're guilty, then you have to award it. And that's where they came out. Because look, we can talk all the shit we want. We all know Johnny Cochran got, man, OJ off on that whole thing. You know what I'm saying? At least in my opinion. Let's not get sued here. But in my opinion, OJ, man, yeah, man. Listen, he got off for having a brilliant defense team. You know what I'm saying? Now, did he get off in civil court, though? No, because all the family had to do was prove beyond a preponderance of the evidence that he was guilty.
He could have done this, right?
Right. They didn't have to say that it was certain, but, man, does all the evidence have a tendency to show he did it? And in that case, then the jury, gives the award. And in his case, they took all his shit.
Yep.
So it is what it is.
Well, one day maybe you'll be taking all of Mansfield's.
Don't get me wrong. Mansfield's not the one I want, man. I want Ward's shit.
Ward, that's right. Yeah.
When he was, man, when you heard him
take
on
that
the radio,
country club membership, bro.
I swear to God, man, I think they're ready to write a check right now just to get rid of me.
That's why I'm saying, Ty. I believe that as soon as you file, they're going to come with a sizable settlement that will require you to be quiet, not talk about like there's going to be terms and conditions.
Well, I'll tell you this: one
shut
term
you
I
up.
won't do, because man, I mean, as you can see, I'm a hardball negotiator.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to sign any kind of gag order.
Right.
That's not happening. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell people about what happened here. That you're going to have to live with. Now, I'm going to take your money too. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? But man, I'm not going to shut my mouth. You know what I'm saying? What you guys did is wrong. And everybody needs to know that. You know what I'm saying? Because no, we cannot, in this country, man, we've got a lot of problems in our legal system. And they are a microcosm of, man, the rest of the country. This is how bad it gets when, man, you allow, man, the weeds to grow this tall. This is how bad it can get, where there is no justice anymore.
That's right.
So the thing is yes, man, anything that man says I can't run my mouth. Oh no, I had 3 years of a gag order. We ain't doing that no more. So they can, that part they can give up on. I'll tell y'all right now, unless you got one way, if you want to negotiate with me, that's not part of the deal. So, all right, let's see. Other than my independence, my privacy, good food, good coffee, and a comfy bed, fresh air and sunshine, a blunt toothbrush, and real cutlery, what did you miss the most? Obviously, man, the biggest thing I missed was, man, as far as everything was being around the people I care about. I miss my kids. I miss, man, my family. I miss my friends. I missed a lot of different things. But obviously that is the most. The rest of that shit is, man, look, it sucks. I'm not going to say it doesn't. Good cup of coffee, because, man, we don't get good cups of coffee. We get nasty coffee. But at least we get coffee, right? So, man, you can only, you got to look at it that way. But yeah, that was the thing I missed the most. Obviously, I didn't have freedom before I even went back to jail. So, I mean, that was what I missed most, even on the outside, is, man, because I had my friends and family and stuff like that, but I didn't have freedom. And it's like, man, people really undervalue what freedom actually is. When you can walk out of your house and you can go down to the store, man, and pick up a pack of cigarettes, without having to, email. And man, not even that, I couldn't even do it. But man, when you got to email the court to go take out your garbage, that's not freedom. Trust me on this. And it means a lot. And, just being able to walk where you want and decide which direction you want to go, or talk to whoever you want, or, go do what you want. I mean, even now it's I'm still having trouble adjusting to the fact that there's nobody who can tell me what to do anymore. You know what I mean? Even before, man, I still have restrictions, obviously, because they pulled me back in jail and put me in jail on them. So it is what it is. But now I'm definitely digging it, man. I'm digging the idea that, I can be a free man again. It's going to take a little adjustment, but I'll get there, Did he make the slash throat gesture when he thought you were threatening his girlfriend? No, that's not when he did it. And man, the thing is, when he did that, he was doing it because he wanted to play gangbanger. Roy Wilson, when he was not in prison, before he went to prison, but when he was in jail, he wanted to go ahead and play gangster disciple, right? I don't know if you guys know much about gangs, but that's one of the gangs that, man, is down there. Then you got Latin Kings, you got a few gangs, right? But but he was going ahead and playing that whole role. And my whole attitude about it was, man, look, man, you're 52 years old. You need to pull your pants up and act like a damn man. Just, again, my shit. Thing is, man, so he was trying to impress the other guys in his dorm, is basically what it was, because he'd been talking shit. And man, obviously he's talking shit that, basically he didn't do it. It was the white boys who did it. And man, all this other kind of stuff, and they're setting me up and all this other stuff. Cause again, he's trying to get along in there, and he's also trying to make a life in there. And he's also trying to explain why he's doing what he's doing. But the thing is I somehow doubt that helped him when he got to the South Florida Processing Center. Playing that role in jail is one thing. When you go to prison, no, they know the truth there, right? They know which people are gang members, which are not. You know what I'm saying? And man, they catch you playing that role, man, you could have a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, especially down in like Monroe County, it's smaller.
Yeah, but you got to remember, when you go to prison,
right,
okay, you're not going to prison in Monroe County.
Right.
They're going to send you to the South Center. They're going to send you to the South Florida Processing Center, right, which is in Miami. And man,
Okay.
you talk about gangs, man. They got some gangs in Miami.
Well, I was going to say they got the Latin Kings and the
Yep.
different. They've got a whole bunch of them up there. So I mean, it's a. I know Florida prisons are no joke in terms
Well,
of
like
they're
I
not,
mean,
they're
even another
terrible.
one that man, I almost felt bad for in a sense, but
Mhm.
man, not really. Was Naeem Jackson.
Yeah.
You know, Naeem Jackson, man, his nickname was LA because he supposedly came from LA, right? And he had a big tattoo that said blood across his chest, right? And man, with those videos that went up on YouTube where he's out there, man, you know, and he's sitting there, you know, playing informant. What do you think the Bloods thought of that when he got up to prison? I'm like, man, I would not be surprised if they carved that thing off his chest. You know what I'm saying? But you know, but it is what it is. I mean, look, these people, man, made their choices, whether it be Rory Wilson or Naeem
Yep.
Jackson. They made their choices, and man, you know, again, in some ways, you know, they got exactly what they were asking for because Naeem ended up going to prison and all that stuff. I don't know if anybody knew that, but that's what ends up happening.
Now, when they got you back in to Florida, they didn't try to put you on suicide watch or anything stupid like that.
None of that kind of crap. Matter of fact, you know, I actually had a significant portion of the guards that were on my side. They had watched the trial. They knew I didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? I actually had some that were very nice to me. You know, like even when you first get there, they put you in quarantine now, right? Which is actually the hole. They just put you in the hole for a few days, man, as quarantine. So, you know, it was kind of nasty. I'm not even going to go into, man, how nasty the cell is. But, man, so you stay in there for a few days and then they put you back in general population, right? Well, while I was in there, I had one officer come over to me, you know, a sergeant, and she was like, if you need anything, you just let me know. I can't believe you're back here, blah, 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 you know, that kind of stuff. And then another guard came and brought me some commissary, man, just, you know, here's a couple soups, man, to get you over, whatever, you know, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it was a fairly warm welcome for jail. You know, and not exactly because I didn't know what to expect. You remember how I was before I went back in?
Oh yeah. Oh, I
was
remember.
definitely worried.
You were
I was
very worried,
and with good reason.
Yep.
Look, man, even the short time I was there for what, 7 months?
Yep.
They had 3 suicides.
Oh.
And then they had, man, a few ODs on fentanyl.
So it's still going on over there then, because
Yeah.
that was something that I remember you'd sent me some articles that
Yeah, in custody deaths, man, are outrageously high in that jail.
I know that's what you demonstrated to me.
Well,
It was a very concerning situation.
Thank you to all of you because, man, you guys are the ones that actually make me safe. You know what I'm saying? To some extent, right? Like, again, I mean, you know, look, I'm not Epstein. I don't have information on the prince or, man, on, you know, presidents or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, they didn't care about the publicity they were going to get off of him. You know what I'm saying? Now, the thing is, man, off of me, and you know, I always figured it this way, man. They would do that after I got convicted, right? The whole point was to convict me first. You know what I'm saying? Because then nobody's going to care what a murderer has to say. It's basically it.
Well, that's what you. I remember you telling me you felt like if you got convicted, they were not going to let you get to appeal this thing or even.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I don't even think I would have ever made it to an appeal. I don't think I would have made it to prison. I think I would have had a medical accident, you know, a medical problem, or man, they would have found me hanging in my cell. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just gonna be real. And you know, sad part is even Paula thought that when, you know, if they ever got me back in that jail, that's what was going to happen. She actually told me that point blank. It sucked because I was always trying not to talk to her about that kind of thing, right?
Oh yeah.
I didn't want her thinking about that kind of thing. But there was one time, man, where they were talking about putting me back in jail, right? You know, because they threatened it a few times when I was out. But they were talking about putting me back in jail, and she's like, "Frankie, you can't go back to jail. You know, they're going to kill you if you go back to jail." I'm like, I didn't even know what to say because I've been trying to hide that little factoid that, man, you know, that there was a likely possibility. I'm like, man, I was trying to hide it. And that's like, and all of a sudden she just puts it to me point blank like that. You know, Paula had a habit of doing that. You know, it's like every time I try and treat her sensitively, you know, she would just come out with some blunt bullshit, man, and fucking put me right back into reality.
So, are you going to be including Colleen Dunn in your lawsuit as well?
Oh, of course.
Good.
Yeah, she's named in the original paperwork we have already. You know, we're going to be adding some names to that list. But at the same time, that is the basic list right there. You know, we have a bunch of different officers. We have Colleen Dunn. You know, we have actually a few prosecutors, Dennis Ward, the state attorney's office, sheriff's department, the county itself. I mean, there's a bunch of different defendants in this so far. And hold on. Can you get Phelps to testify in a civil trial? Yes, and we are going to. You know, while both sides avoided her for the criminal trial because that would have just made it. I mean, look, it was a shit show as it stood, but man, bringing Phelps in would have made it even worse. So the thing is by bringing Phelps in, no, that would have complicated this. The criminal case would have just become a total shit show. You know what I'm saying? Phelps, man, is, the things she did, the things that she would test. I can't even imagine her testifying. I mean, it would have been a mess. But in civil court, oh no, I have no problem with bringing Phelps into a civil court. She's got to answer for the things she's done. And man, not only that, I am trying to have her charged criminally for some of the things she did. You know what I'm saying?
I was going to say,
so,
I mean, some of the stuff she did
brought in the criminal court. I'd love to see her on the stand then, so we'll have to wait and see.
So have you heard anything from the feds on anything to do with investigating now that your case is resolved?
Well, I haven't been able to check my emails yet, so I can't tell you, man, if they've tried to email me. And I do have to get my complaints that I made while in jail. I have to get those switched over to email as opposed, because right now they're going to send any responses to the jail. But I did open up an FDLE complaint, against the sheriff's department because they flat out refused to investigate what they knew were crimes against their officers. You know what I'm saying? Like Phelps being, one of them. Firing her did not, do anything about the crimes she committed the day of the posse incident. You know what I'm saying? Those are crimes, and they're fairly big ones. You're talking about coming in and threatening somebody, while court's going on. You know what I'm saying? And bringing a posse of cops to do it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, and while not every officer, who was there knew why they were there, and that those people I don't think should be prosecuted. They just got told to go there, right? But the ones that did know why they were there, no, they should be facing criminal charges.
Well, and Pitcher's a key witness to that because he was one of the ones. I remember he testified to that in his deposition regarding being called and how that all went down.
Right, and well, not even just that. It's like, okay, he admits that the whole, the video problem. Right. And that one is evidence tampering. That's a crime too. And in a capital case, it's a crime that's punishable by life. Right. So it's not a little crime to mess with evidence in a capital case. You know what I'm saying? And they did.
If there's any way to prove that they deleted those videos and that those videos
were
obviously exculpatory.
Well, and I can't say it's there now, but okay. One of the things that I had on deck was a forensic IT specialist, right? Because deleted files, they can go back and they can.
Well, Ty, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
With you, when you file your civil suit, you will be able to file a motion or requests to go after and get access to that and keep.
Oh yeah,
that.
Definitely. What we'll probably do is
now you have to pay for the experts because they're not gonna, so there's that. But hopefully, whatever attorney. Have you had any movement in finding an attorney? Obviously, I know you're just getting settled.
No, I haven't even been. Look, we haven't even put the proposal together. I was talking to Lauren about it last night. And we're going to put a proposal together for the law firms just so that they, because look, they don't know the case as well as, they don't know the case as well as Karen and Jerry did, right? Now, if Karen and Jerry stay on, then that's one thing. But, even if they don't, then we're working with new lawyers now. These are lawyers, who haven't worked the case. And, we're going to have to put a little, summary in there, for them. And what, litigation that's already been identified, that kind of, go through a bunch of different things for them. And then, come back with who actually wants to do it. It is a lot of litigation. It's going to take a lot of work for a law firm. Now, don't get me wrong, with a lot of litigation comes a lot of payout too. So, it's not like they're doing it for free.
Right.
But at the same time, it has to be a law firm that has the resources to handle it, right? You're going to need a lot of paralegals. You're going to need a few investigators. You're going to need, some things to make sure that, you're going after all the different potential damages.
Yep.
So, we'll have to wait and see, man. It's probably going to take, I told Lauren, I think it's going to take probably about a month or two to put the lawyers together to actually get, for us to agree on which one we think it should be.
Are you planning to head back down to Florida to do that, or are you going to try to do it remotely? Is that your plan?
I would rather not. I would rather not.
Well, I was going to say, I think you'd rather just stay the heck out of Florida unless you got to go to court,
Right. No, I do. Man, if I got to go to court, man, hopefully I can do it via Zoom.
Yeah.
Well,
and in civil, I think there's a lot more flexibility about whether you even have to be present in the courtroom during the trial itself.
Yeah. Well, and
because
no, these days you don't have to be
yeah,
present in the courtroom.
your attorneys
You do
make
for
the
certain
appearance
things.
and they
You
fine.
do for certain things. Like if
Right.
I, again,
If you
even
testify or something.
yeah, you got there's some things you have to be in there, but testifying, no. Nowadays you can do testimony via Zoom.
Oh, via Zoom. Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah, it's done all the time now.
Yeah, I would just
You know?
assume you'd want to stay the heck out of Florida, right?
Oh, I'm with you on that, man. I have no desire to go back to Florida
for as long as possible.
Okay, so we got Megan again,
Yep.
and your skin color is looking way better. Are you feeling better from the health issues? I'm doing okay. I'm not quite healthy again. And I'm going to have these issues, for a little while until I get some surgery done, stuff like that. For those out there who don't know, I have Crohn's disease. It has given me about 5 different hernias. And caused a whole bunch of havoc, wreaked a bunch of havoc on my system. And right after I got out of jail, I ended up back in the hospital because it can cause bleeding. And, I was bleeding a lot right after I got out of jail. I ended up bleeding a lot and they took me by ambulance to Miami. But what sucked about that is, so I just left a jail cell and now all of a sudden I'm in a hospital bed and I can't get out of the hospital bed. And I left the shitty jail food for now. I got a liquid diet of, broth and freaking Jello. So that kind of sucked. But it is what it is. And I think we talked about this last time. I'm just happy I didn't get sick while I was in jail. The rate I was bleeding, I had lost enough blood in the couple days before I went to the hospital. I lost enough blood that they had to give me a transfusion.
Wow.
So yeah, it was definitely not cool. Definitely not the welcome home that I expected. It's like, here you go, man, go to the hospital.
I was going to say, especially because, a lot of people don't realize. I mean, although you were out on home confinement, speak to that for a moment because there's a debate going on. Ty, I want to get your opinion on this, right?
And I love Lauren too, Megan.
There was a debate going on in one of my comments because there's a law in South Carolina where the legislature has decided that if you're on restriction for home confinement, where you can only go to, say, your doctors, your job, but for the most part, you're locked up for a majority of the day.
That should count as incarceration.
Correct. What do you think about that? And then I've had a lot of people come in and say, "Oh, that ain't even equivalent to jail." And I said, and the judge in that case clearly said, she said it's because there was argument from the state. She was taking the state to task, and she said, "Listen, it may not be a jail cell; it's just a nicer jail cell." She said,
"No, it is," and that's the way I felt about it.
Yeah.
Because look, man, you're still incarcerated, right? When I was in my apartment, man, I'm at liberty if you want to say that. But like I told you, I couldn't even leave my apartment without having to email them to go take out my trash or go check my mail. So I couldn't leave the apartment otherwise. So you're still in a cell. It's just a nicer cell. I definitely have more conveniences. The food is better. The company's better, all that. But I still can't leave. I'm still incarcerated. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people forget, what jail is about and, man, what jail is supposed to be, right? You got to remember, most people in jail is pre-trial detention. That means they haven't been found guilty of anything. You're not supposed to, matter of fact, it's illegal to treat it as punishment, right? You cannot use it to punish people. They do it all the time. We know that they do it all the time. But are you legally allowed to do that? No, that's a violation of your due process rights, right? It doesn't fall under the 8th Amendment. Don't ever try and claim, cruel and unusual punishment. That comes after you've been convicted. But that's the thing is, okay, and we do it backwards because we're trying to force people into those plea deals, right? People always wonder, why is it that county jail is so worse than prison, right? Because it is in a lot of ways. County jail, you can't do shit. You know what I'm saying? Except sit there. Whereas jail, you can, prison, prison, these are people who go to prison have been convicted, right? They've actually been convicted of crime, either wrongfully or rightfully. They've been convicted of a crime, right? So you would think the punishment, that's where the punishment factor would come in, right? Now we're going to punish them, man, for their crime, but even then they can they can get a job, they can go to school, they can do all kinds of different things in prison that you can't do when you're in pretrial detention, right? Pretrial detention, they don't allow for that. And the thing is, man, the way the law is supposed to be is they remove as little liberties as they possibly have to ensure public safety. The only reason you should ever be behind bars is for public safety.
Absolutely.
And now they don't do that though. You know that, man. They'll hold people for all kinds of shit, man. Hold them for a long time, even though they're not a danger to the community. I mean, there's lots of crimes out there. You know what I mean? So the thing is it gets all blown out of proportion that way too. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, yep. No, I didn't study to be a lawyer, but I did write 2 books, and I've got another book series coming out. I wrote a lot of motions, which I did do that. And that's actually that's the 3rd book but that's not, I don't really consider that a book just because it's going to be a workbook, and it's designed for people in jail, people who are in prison who want to go pro se, right? People who want to fight criminal law and they want to do it pro se, well, this has motions in there for them that are fill in the blanks, makes it easy. Not everybody, man, has the ability to write motions or, man, because some of these people can barely write. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But if that doesn't mean they can't argue their case. You know what I'm saying? They just, they're not, hell, a lot of them don't understand the Latin that goes along with it. Hell, I don't even understand that sometimes. It's like, man, look, man, the Latin garbage got to go. We got to put this in common language for common people, because I mean, you got to think about it. Back in the old days, man, you didn't need lawyers. When courts first started, there were no lawyers. Right? You go into court, man. Okay. Say, man, I'm a farmer, man. I go and, man, oh, this guy stole my chicken. Right. Well, you and the other farmer are going to go in, man, in front of the judge, and, man, you're going to argue about whether or not, man, this guy stole your chicken. Well, Mike saw him steal my chicken and it's got my brand on his foot, but there were no lawyers involved. Average people fought their own cases, you know what I'm saying? And it can be that way again to some degree. Right. I mean, obviously you get complicated cases like mine, complex murder cases. No, that's a different story. But, man, when you're going in there to fight, man, some misdemeanor charge, or you're going in there to fight, man, some other, relatively low consequence charge, right? You may be better off doing that. Like I said, hell, if you want to cut a deal, then you're really in a good position no matter what you're doing. Right. Because you're cutting out the middleman. But the bottom line is, man, yes, I think people should be fighting more on their own. I think they need to, not rely on these public defenders nearly as much, but, man, we'll have to wait and see it. I'm going to make it easier for them by putting out worksheets that, they can go ahead and just fill in, this is where your name goes. This is where the date goes. Sign here, send 3 copies out, man, and you're good. That kind of thing. Because there's a lot of motions that always come up, simple.
Oh, absolutely.
Motion for continuance comes up all the time. I mean, there's all kinds of different motions that come up all the time. And it'll just make it easier for them, it's funny. The courts have those for family court for people to go pro se in family court easily, but they don't have it for any of the criminal courts. Mm-hmm. So, man, we'll have to work on that one. So this is again Megan.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I think I missed Megan.
Sorry. No, it's there. It's there.
There are some organizations now, like the Bail Project, that is a great resource and could really make a difference. Bail Project is definitely, man, a good idea. A better idea would be to get these judges to stop ordering, man, unreasonable bonds. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The 8th Amendment strictly prohibits it. You are entitled to a reasonable bond. If you are entitled to release, that's the first thing I got to decide. Are you entitled to release? If you're entitled to release, then the 8th Amendment of the Constitution says, man, you're entitled to a reasonable bond. Which, man, the courts have, man, repeatedly said reasonable means that, there has to be a reasonable expectation that you could possibly pay that bond. If you can't, then, man, it's the same as saying there's no bond. Like a $3.1 million bond like they put on me, okay, to an indigent guy, you ain't coming up with $3.1 million. There's no way.
So what do you think they should do to determine that, Ty? Do you think it should be automatic that they have to turn over because then you get into the idea of like, how does the court, and that's kind of part of the problem. Right. It's like, I find
they have to look at your economic background, right? To see, man, what can you afford? Right. First off, and does he have family? Do they have family that might be willing to chip in? Could they even take a credit card or a loan or pay this or whatever? You know what I'm saying? They take all that into account, right? And then they come up with your bond. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because, okay, at that point, like there was a guy I was locked up with in there, and he was in there for second-degree murder, right? And he was in there for a self-defense case, in my opinion. He's going to end up winning on a stand your ground, right? He should, right? Now his lawyer's being a little bit slow, whatever. But here's the point: he's indigent. He's a homeless guy, right? So the thing is okay, for an indigent guy like him who's facing what is obviously, and because that's again the nature of the charge, do we release him at all in the first place, right? That's the first question, right? Well, this guy, man, is in there. He's saying it was self-defense. You know what I'm saying? There's no evidence saying it wasn't. So, man, the state's probably going to lose there. So are we willing to release this guy? Sure. Because most likely it'd be like even if you shot a robber coming in your house.
Right.
You're going to go to jail at first, right? But when you say, man, the robber came to my house, I shot him. Okay, now you're entitled to a bond, most likely because you're not a danger.
Now, so here's an issue that I think really goes underreported, right? That what do you think? And again, because you could speak this because this is literally affecting you now. So when the state comes in and charges someone and says, okay, we've charged you and we're going to hold you with no bond, and then you're acquitted. Right. Or you take a plea where you're not legally considered guilty. Right. What do you re-enter? You have nothing to re-enter with, right? So you're someone who's an innocent person, right, who's had a life, and you've got things going on. Now in Florida, you could spend 5 years waiting on you. Now that life,
spend a lot of years waiting on
that life, that job, everything is gone. And not only that, but you might have been an innocent person, but now the chances that you've been put in a position to break the law because maybe you have no resources anymore, right, is greater. It doesn't mean you will, but it's greater. So what do you think should that the state's obligation should be to someone that they prosecute and then they're found not guilty?
Steve, you know the law as well as I do this as far as this goes. In Florida, no, you are supposed to, man, as a judge, the state prefers release. Right. As long as you can ensure they're going to come back to trial, and as long as you can ensure the public safety, then you should release that person.
Yeah. Well, they just released those two brothers that were charged with similar stuff to what Diddy's charged with. They got to go. I think they got to go to federal court too now. But the judges down there, I mean, they were denied originally, but now their lawyers came in, and even in that case, they worked out a release plan. So I mean, it shows that was what was so insane.
Well, yeah, I got denied bond the first time. Yeah. I mean, the only reason they gave it to us is because, man, I made them go back to a different hearing. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, man, they do this. Look, they extend those times, and this is one of the problems I saw a lot of in jail. Is that, man, look, they're trying to get you to sit there for those years.
Of course.
Let's not kid around, Steve. They're trying to get you to sit there for those years. Yep. And unfortunately, it's not just the state, right? The defense is trying to get you to sit there for those years too, right? Mm-hmm. Whether it be a paid lawyer or a PD, doesn't really seem to matter unless you get a good paid lawyer, right? A good paid lawyer, man, doesn't do this. And a good PD, to be fair, a good PD doesn't do this either, right? But what they do is they leave you in there to marinate, right? Because both sides, whether it be the defense or the state, they both want to cut a deal, right? Neither side wants to go to trial. I don't even think lawyers know how to go to trial anymore, right? Except for, you got Jose Baez. Great Jose Baez, he's willing to go to trial. But at the same time, man, most of them don't want to go to trial. 97% of all cases are solved by plea deal. Almost all of them are, right? Well, that's horrible. You know what I'm saying? Look, the state, man, I mean, it's gotten us in a system where now it's kidnap and ransom, right? I'm going to, man, grab you because probable cause ain't shit, right? And we all know probable cause ain't shit. Probable cause is I have to have a reasonable belief that that there was a crime committed and a reasonable belief that you may have committed that crime. If I have that, right, then I can go ahead and arrest you. Right. Now I arrest you, and it's up to the prosecutor whether or not you get charged and what you get charged with, and it's up to the judge if you get out or not. Well, in Key West, man, I mean, no, they don't ROR people. Nobody ever gets released on their own recognizance. Yep. There are states I've seen where they do that, but man, I mean, I'm just saying Key West is not one. It's not a place where they do that. So they don't release you, right? And then they don't release you, and all they do is hold on to you. Continuance, all this pretrial shit we were just talking about. Right. And they go ahead and hold you for an extended period of time, right? Well, now, even if you didn't do it, you're going to take that plea deal, right? I mean, people, man, they talk about wrongful convictions. They look at the 6,000 exonerees there are from people who did prison time, right? But how many people take plea deals when they didn't do it just because they don't want to see their life get destroyed? Because it takes about 2 months for the average American. Like, okay, Steve, I take you right now and I throw you in jail, right? And I accuse you of a crime you know is bullshit, right? But okay, but I'm holding on to you for 2 months, man. You know, is your job still there? 4 months, your job's still there. How about your house, man? If you know you're missing them mortgage payments, man, how's that going for you? You know what I'm saying? If you're in an apartment, man, by then you're definitely evicted, man. Very few jobs are going to hold you for 2 months.
I mean, it wrecks your entire life is getting wrecked as you're sitting in jail.
Wrecked. And man, they'll hold you in there for 2 months on an open container. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, it took them 6 years to take me to trial. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, talk about, that, and that's the threat. Either you take the plea deal, right? You take what we're offering, even though we ain't got no evidence saying you did shit. You know what I'm saying? You want to go to trial and take that chance? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you want more of your life ruined? You want to lose all your shit? You want your wife to leave you too? You know what I'm saying? Because, man, I don't know, man. It gets hard for wives, when they've been waiting around 2, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It becomes hard on spouses.
Absolutely.
Especially since they don't even have physical contact at the jail anymore. There's none of that. Right? Well, everything's over video.
So it's all video now.
It's all video now.
And that changed during
no, you can't hug your kids, you can't kiss your kids, you can't, man, kiss your wife, none of that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? And man, remember, you haven't been found guilty of anything yet. But that's the way it is. And man, we're gonna hold you like that and hold you hostage until you decide to take that plea deal. And if you don't take the plea deal, then if you make us go to trial, then we're going to go get that jailhouse snitch or the CI or whatever paid off freaking liar that they can find. You know what I'm saying? Because they're allowed to do it.
Yep.
But man, in civil court, they can't do it anymore. So I'm happy. And they can't throw me in jail anymore because, so it makes me happy. I broke the cycle.
But that's the thing. Like I said, I think that it's an often under recognized situation that our system will wreck a person's life, take them out of their jail, just absolutely destroy it. And let's just say you did a crime, right? But we're going to return this person back and say, hey, we hope they don't reoffend, but we give them no real bridge back into society to be successful. It's just out you go. And then, is it any wonder that they go back? Because how are they going to have any chance of success?
No.
So, I mean, Todd,
obviously, look, you are perpetually designed to fail once you're in the system. Understand that too. That's why they love giving out paper. They love giving out that paper for that. You know what I'm saying? You get put on probation. Look, there was no way I was going to take a day of probation on this deal. No freaking way. I would have been right back in jail looking at going to prison at that point. You know what I'm saying? They would have gave me some kind of technical or whatever.
Now, how expensive is, because in jail too, don't correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, everything is uber expensive. Like a bag of chips is outrageous. I mean, they absolutely rake you over the coals for commissary. And
I'll tell you what, Airmark, man, has one of the best hustles going, man, as far as hustlers. Because I mean, okay, Airmark is the company that controls the food in the jail, right?
Right.
Now these guys, man, they run the kitchen, right? So man, they put out the meals, right? But they also run the commissary, right? And they're getting all the out-of-date shit, man, and selling it for super expensive, just like you said, right? But what they do is they feed you this crap food, right? Like, man, again, and then the way they get you is selling you the commissary. And even the crap food is being made by slave labor because, man, they have got trustees from the jail who are making the food, so they have no labor cost. You know what I'm saying?
So tell us about the food. What is that? Like, if you don't have commissary, say you're someone.
Right. If they don't have commissary, I can name you off the meals pretty easy, man. Freaking okay. There, man, freaking okay. Your morning breakfast is going to be oatmeal or grits. You're going to get a biscuit or, man, freaking a piece of cake. And then you might get a piece of sausage or a piece of bologna, and the sausage, by the way, when I say sausage, I'm being loose here. This is not pig. This is soy, right? You eat a lot of soy when you're in jail, at least in that jail. And then, your lunch, same thing. You might get a bologna sandwich or whatever. And then, man, for dinner, you're getting, man, soy a la king or whatever the hell you're getting, but it's a lot of soy and, man, there's very little nutrition in it and it's not very good food for people. Matter of fact, I don't know, man, they've done, literally on the soy bags that they feed you in that jail, it says not for human consumption on it. This is
Really?
animal feed. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
I mean,
But
that's what I mean. Like
But then if you go to the commissary, then you're eating honey buns and top ramen and Doritos. But man, friggin' still not exactly the best food in the world
well, I
for
was
you.
going to say, but I mean, so you have two things. You have unedible food, unedible food that's not fit for consumption, or go to the commissary and buy some overpriced food that's going to taste better, but it's not really healthy. I mean, that's
Hey,
pretty
I
much
see
right.
Becca came by.
Oh, she in there? Oh, there she is. Okay, yeah, there it is. Yep.
Yep. I
So,
didn't know what she's saying. I know no, they didn't, but hold on.
oh no, they didn't. Let's see what they did. Is there anything in there going back? Dun, dun, dun. I think she must have just joined in on something that was being said. Yeah,
I think
no,
it
they
was had
didn't.
to do again with that group. And correct me if I'm wrong, Megan. If you're talking about that group that you were talking about helping with the bonds.
Let's see if that's correct. I think so. Hold on.
Hi, Becca. You know, I missed you. I haven't talked to you since I got out of jail.
Now, correct, Ty. You're in a place now where you're finally kind of able to be settled in and get things rolling for now, right?
Oh,
As
by the
far
way,
as
she's actually right about that. The vegetarian diet, you
Mhm.
can go for that one. They used to have medical diets. They don't have nearly as many as they did. Different types of medical diets. But the one that you want to get on, if you can, besides the vegetarian is, man, if you can get on the Muslim or the Jewish diet, which, man, ironically is the same actual food. But at the same time, those actually come from outside the jail, and man, it comes from a local distributor, and man, that the food is actually of a higher quality. And
So
man,
how would you do that? Would you just have to claim that you're Muslim
you have to
or
claim that you're Muslim,
and
or you have to claim that you're Jewish, and man, and you have to have somebody on the outside,
that
rabbi,
certifies it?
or
I got
somebody
you.
to verify that you are that religion. You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you, Jews don't usually take converts, so man, kosher man makes it hard. But Muslims, they'll take anybody. So man, you might be good. Get yourself a Muslim man, a Muslim preacher man to go ahead and certify you. But definitely the food is better.
So that's the key to getting good food in jail
Oh
is
yeah, you become a convert. All of a sudden you're Muslim. Assalamu alaikum.
Now, when you're in the jail environment, correct me if I'm wrong, you actually will eat in your pod. So you were in high security, so everything gets brought into the pod, or does Monroe County Detention have a separate area that they let you guys eat at?
No. Okay, in max security, everything is self-contained. Like the rest of the jail, man, is different, right? Man, the rest of the jail, they go to the big yard. When they go to the yard, they get scheduled yard times, whatever. But in max security, okay, and man, they're open bay dorms. They don't have cell doors, stuff like that. But in max, man, it had about 100 people, 100 guys fit in there, and there are 2-man cells, right, where they have steel doors. Then there's a big, and it's 2 tiers of these things. So you got 2 tiers of them. But then there's a big day room in the middle that has a picnic, little picnic table type things. And that's where we eat our food at. They bring the carts of food in to the into the dorm, and then man, we go ahead and they have trustees dish it out or whatever. But then we also had our own yard, right? It's not a very big one, and obviously, man, I mean, all it is concrete walls with a basketball hoop. But we had our own yard because, man, again, they try with max security, they're trying not to take you out of the dorm as little as possible. I mean, that's basically it. They'll take you out or upstairs for court or for medical or for whatever, but you don't leave the dorm very often,
And
so.
in court for most of your appearances, were you appearing via Zoom or were you
It
actually being
depended. I
transported?
mean, okay, I would appear via Zoom for simple shit, like if we're just going to do a continuance or something like that. If it's just a status hearing, something like that, then I would do it via Zoom.
Okay.
But that was one of the things that pissed me off because you guys weren't there for the motion hearings. I'm gonna have to get the audios for those.
Oh yeah.
But the motion hearings, remember he would do all these different motions in the same day, right? And there was no camera allowed in there for that. Right. So this is, man, again, this is me fighting them behind the scenes, man, without anybody being able to see what's going
Are
on.
you going to be able to get the one that's got the one where he leaned away and said,
Oh, yeah.
and
Oh,
then,
yeah.
and then there's the
I
famous,
already asked for it. Yep.
well, and I hope you get the one too, where you told me that he said, you were trying to tell him, I want to, like, I don't have ability to write motions down. And he said, write it down.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he said, I can't get
That's one of the most horrible ones. That was,
I mean, that's just like such.
that was my arraignment, and man, my arraignment, because I wasn't even being arraigned. I mean, I hadn't committed a new crime.
Right,
Right. So I'm not being arraigned on a crime. I don't have to plead guilty or innocent. That's what an arraignment is when you go and make your pleading.
And was that done as a video hearing, or was that actually in person?
That was done as a video hearing, okay. And man, the thing is, so I can actually get the video for that, man. Or the audio.
Once he took you, because remember, you were appearing before him on Zoom on your computer, and he seemed to be pretty in the pocket. But once he got you to Florida, was there just a complete change once he knew there was no way anybody could see?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, matter of fact, okay, it was so bad at my arraignment that the guard taking me back, both guards, man, were sitting there looking disgusted, because I'm sitting there arguing about it, and I'm like, okay, sir, my wife just filed for divorce against me. I don't have anywhere near $3.1 million.
Right. Sure.
This bond is way too excessive. Right. You've already admitted I'm not a flight risk. You already told the state I'm not a flight risk. Right. By denying their motion, and man, what you told them, and you knew I was coming back to self-surrender.
Right. And not to mention, you were on wasn't it $65,000 previously? So how what was it you did by missing your analysis that jumps that to?
And then the law is clear too. The statute is perfectly clear. It says that, man, you have to give me notice, and you have to give me a chance to hear my side of the story. You have to give me a hearing.
Yep.
Right. I mean, think about it. Again, they can't just pick you up and arrest you for even a violation of probation. You get a hearing.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing is the bottom line is, man, but he straight out, flat out denied me, and his only answer is, no, you're wrong. And man, that was it. And he didn't want to hear what I had to say.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. When you had an alcohol infraction against Jones, can you walk everyone through the difference with how Jones handled that?
Oh no, Jones was completely different. Jones, man, no, there was an alcohol infraction. I was prepared to argue it, right, man? Because what a lot of people don't realize is those drug tests are about 70% effective, right? And man, not only 70% effective, but alcohol specifically. There is a lot of things products that have alcohol in them, and you may not know that, man, you've taken alcohol.
Right.
I mean, obvious ones are stuff like, vanilla extract, or even mouthwash, stuff like that. Now, we sign a thing saying we won't take some of these products, but that doesn't cover all of them. Like, okay, you would never think energy drinks have alcohol.
No,
what I'm saying?
But they do.
Think that.
Really?
But they do.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, there's all these different things that have alcohol. Right.
Now, do they provide you with a list of items?
They do provide you with a list of some items, right? Okay. Not all of them, because, man, there's too many to identify, right? Sure. That's the problem. There's a lot of products with alcohol in them. So the thing is, I was prepared to go in and argue with Jones. Jones just, man, he was like, look, don't get another one, and man, everything will be fine. Right. And man, that was it. That was when I failed. Right. That's when I failed a test.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, and he gave you a hearing on it. Did you have to go to US
He gave me a hearing on it, but man, his hearing was like, look, it doesn't matter. We can sit here and we can argue it. And he's like, but in reality, look, just don't do it again. This is your first violation. Don't, man, go ahead. Don't give me another positive test, or else I'm going to have to, we're going to have a full blown hearing.
Right. And figure it out.
Right.
Well, now, can you also speak to, or maybe it was never clearly explained, what's the thought process in restricting in monitoring alcohol, but you were not under any monitoring for anything else, correct? It was just alcohol.
No, it was only alcohol.
Why did that become an issue? Were they alleging that you were under the influence of alcohol?
No, I don't know where that becomes an issue. Like, it made no sense, okay? Because, look, I didn't have to take drug tests. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The only alcohol, that was it, man, just alcohol, right? And this wasn't an alcohol-related crime. It wasn't like I got caught drunk driving or some shit.
In the center of this crime, wasn't alcohol, it was drug-related. So
so it's not drug, it's like, is it a drug-related crime? And yet you're not, again, you're not testing me for drugs. You know what I'm saying?
You got to do alcohol testing. That's crazy. I know that was the craziest thing to me, that it was like, it was as if
But
they were
here's the
just
thing:
simply
it's
saying,
man, literally, if it's in the court order, right, then that's the way it is, right? So, okay, the only thing Judge Jones wanted me tested for was alcohol, right? So that
Mhm.
was what was in the order, right? And man, so drugs, man, no, that's
Now,
not court ordered.
Now,
You
Ty, I
know?
have a question. This is something that's bothered me ever since the first trial, ever since
Okay.
Mansfield was standing up there. Did you ever confront Mansfield about his absolute, it had to be fake, his alleged inability to know what fireballs, what fire booze,
Oh yeah,
fireballs,
no,
fire? I mean,
I actually
that
messed
that
with
was
him. Look, I
that
messed with
had
him
to be
about that
fake.
man
I mean,
during
that
the
had to be him
negotiation.
trying to
Yeah.
relate to the jury. I mean, he's in Key West. He doesn't know what fireball shots are. Come
Exactly. And
on,
I mean, look, man, it was like that
like,
was even stupid. I mean, look, you know,
yeah,
with Mansfield, okay, he's another one, man. I mean, yeah, he's a liar, but he's not very good at it. You know what I'm saying? It's like this guy gets up there and you can tell, man, like even the you know the conversation between him and JoJo, the whole reason I made fun of the
yeah,
whole vacillating thing is because, man, it's obviously that you sat down and scripted this. You
yep,
know what I'm
yep.
saying? This is not a normal conversation. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? It's not just you asking them questions. Y'all rehearse this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
mean, it's like okay. I mean, like even though it was funny, I actually made fun of him during the jury selection for the same
Uh-huh.
thing because I had heard his jury selection speech before, right, from Roy Wilson's trial, and sure enough, here he is giving the exact same speech, man, again to the potential jurors. And I mean, I was like, huh, you know, it wasn't as good the second time around, but man, okay, you know, it's like, you know, because I'm just man making fun of him, you know, and that's kind of the way it is, man. It's like these lawyers, man. A lot of this is shit is rubber stamped scripted crap. You know what I'm saying? It really
Yep.
is. You know, and they file this motion. You know, you're going to file this motion. They're going to file that motion. You're going to file this motion. They're going to file that motion. Oh, this is the same speech I'm going to give to the potential jurors that I give to last 100-man juries I've done voir dire for, right? And so it's like you know these guys, man. It's like you know, and they would do much better if they just didn't script their shit. You know
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? You know, it would help. You know, you do not come across, even the lawyers don't come across as credible when they script their shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I did very little of that in trial, right? Man, when I was at trial, right? One of my things was is I had the points that I wanted to get across, you know, I had them written down, right? And what I wanted to get across, you know, some, you know, the questions I wanted to ask, that kind of thing. But as far as sitting there typing up, I'm going to say this and I'm going to say that and I'm going to say this, no, I didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? It was like, no, you know, because that wouldn't have came across as credible, right? Again, you know, if I'm rehearsing, man, all the things I'm saying in front of the jury, it doesn't come across as very credible either. You know what I'm saying? No more than it did for Mansfield, at least not in my opinion. Same thing with when, you know, like you could tell I was obviously unscripted when I took the stand. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
listen, to me, that's one of the things that I've repeated to people. As I said, you know, the sign of an innocent man is, you know, it is no easy feat to decide in 5 minutes to take the stand. And I mean, and go against and go get questioned about a crime and not get tripped up once. You didn't get tripped up one
No,
time.
no,
And
because the truth
Mansfield
doesn't,
knew the
you don't have
case.
to
I
worry
mean,
about it.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And you literally like, there was not one time, I mean, that he
Well,
uh
originally I
tripped
wasn't
you
going to
up.
take the stand, right?
Right.
Originally, I mean, look, I made the decision to take the stand in like 15 minutes, you know, not even, you know, I mean, literally it didn't take me that much, right? Because, okay, again, you know, okay, the way, if you remember right, the judge, man, nuked out my entire defense and man, now, you know, they were going to make me go straight to close. And all I had in was Paula as a witness, right? And I'm like, well, and then they made the mistake of trying to rebuttal what Paula said and they wanted to put in some of my statements hearsay, right? And I'm like, well, if you're going to put in what I said, man, you know, they might as well hear it from me. So, man, you know, I might as well take the stand. And
Yep.
Judge Jones, thinking I was going to get screwed up, was like, oh, you want to take the stand? Oh, we'll back it up and we'll let you take the stand. And I was like, okay, cool. You know, I went out and smoked a cigarette and we did the damn thing.
Yep.
You know, but the thing is, man. So you know, you talk about unscripted. There was nothing scripted
Oh,
about that.
I know. That's what I mean.
Um,
That was the most impressive to me thing that came out of it. That was like at that
But you
time when
can't
I
mess
was
up the
living in
truth.
Manila.
That's the thing is you
That's right.
can't mess up the truth.
That's
That's
right.
why I ended up correcting him a few times in his cross. I'm like, no, that's not what I said. You
So,
know?
so are we going to hear? Because I remember at the end of the trial, when Mansfield and Alvarez were having their little temper tantrum, and they were like, and Alvarez at one point said, "Judge, we've had to put up with him trash talking us all trial."
Yeah.
And is that going to be in the sidebar conferences? Are we?
There's going to be some, man. There's going to be.
Are
some
we going to get to hear?
Actually, thinking about it,
the infamous trash talk.
Some nasty exchanges in
there.
there.
I was going to say, because I know he said, I can't remember specifically.
I don't know if I used the Twinkie line on Mansfield, but man, when he accused me of giving him, I gave him a menacing glare or some bullshit like that, right? And he tried to act like, man, he should be, like I'm trying to intimidate him or somehow or some shit like that. Yeah. And I'm like, man, you are 4 times my size, man. And really, if anybody should be intimidated, it should be me. I'm just thankful I don't look like a Twinkie. You know what I'm saying? I think I said something along those lines.
Was it in sidebar?
One of the ones you'll like is when he threatened me with April Walker. He threatened me, we were up at sidebar, and they threatened to bring April Walker. And I'm like, oh, you want to bring April Walker? You go right ahead and bring April. I'm down for that. You know what I'm saying? For as bad as she lied in deposition, I can't wait to hear what she has to say. And he's like, oh yeah, you're down with that, huh? I was like, you're damn right I am. So some of the conversations up in sidebar have to be pretty freaking interesting.
So how did it go when you guys were having to do conference on? Because I know there was a period of time where the cameras went dead and you were working closely with Mansfield and Alvarez on jury instructions. How did that go? Were you guys arguing a lot?
That actually went fairly well. And man, they were trying to sneak some things in there, and it went fairly well. And man, I actually have a guy who was in jail I was helping who just got screwed on jury instructions. Right? He actually got screwed in jury instructions because he went to trial. Hi, Christine.
I did, Christine.
I'm here. I can see you. Anyway, he got screwed in jury instructions because I miss you too. And the thing is, and man, I'll talk to you. I'll definitely give you a call soon, man, and talk to you. This guy got in trouble with jury instructions this way, right? He goes to trial, right? And his lawyer sucks. His lawyer, man, is a personal injury lawyer that, man, again, one of these $14,700, dollar lawyers that they give to people. Anyway, so the thing is they give him this, and man, but he sucks at criminal trial, and man, and he sucks, man. He misses half of the jury instruction, man. There's one sentence. All it is one sentence. And what it makes it seem like to the jury when you read it now is they can't give him the lesser included charges, man. They have, you have your primary charges, the one you're going to trial for, right? But sometimes, and man, I'm sure some of you guys are familiar with this, they have what's called lesser included, where, I don't find him guilty of first-degree murder, but you know what? I do find him guilty of second-degree murder. They can do that kind of thing, right? Well, in his case, man, he got charged with a felony crime, right? And man, but in the jury instructions, it doesn't tell them. It says that, man, they have to convict him of the highest charge that they find, highest degree of the charge, right? It doesn't say unless you feel, man, that they had the second, lesser included, right? So, man, just taking off that half a sentence mattered hugely to, man, freaking, what the jury thought they could do. And no, that one, I told him, I was like, yeah, I get an appeal on that all day because, man, I mean, straight up, the prosecutor should have seen that. The judge should have seen that. His lawyer should have seen that, and yes, he could have got a misdemeanor, not a felony. You know what I'm saying? But they excluded the jury from even considering the misdemeanor by taking out that half a sentence. Well, at my jury instructions, oh no, man, I was, man, all over it, man, and I didn't want bold, things in bold where it made them stand out to the jury. They try that trick; they'll make certain parts of it stand out, put it italicized or put it bold or whatever. You go through all that whole thing because there's a lot of tricks to it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you got people reading a packet that's like this thick, you know what I'm saying? And you put things in bold, now you're highlighting that specific thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, actually, Ty, there's a story my dad used to tell people all the time to exemplify the importance of jury instructions. And it has to do with the lesser. And he was working with an attorney at the time. There was a young attorney that he was working with. and he would come into the office, and they were in trial, and he would kind of work from the office, and he had this instruction. He included it. It was one of these situations where an individual was shot coming on the property. It's West Virginia, and it's important to get the lesser in there. Now, he had talked to the attorney the night before, and he said, you got to get this instruction on there if you don't. Well, he comes in, and of course, lo and behold, the attorney, he calls down the secretary's office and says, hey, did he get this prepared? And I don't think so, Mr. Askin. He said, all right, thank you. So my dad calls the judge's office, of course, because the judge, I knew he was working with the attorney. And he said, I'm just letting you know, this is about to get faxed over. It needs to be considered into the packet. So my dad faxes it over. And lo and behold, what does the jury do when they return the verdict? They found him guilty of that lesser offense that my dad said. Had they not had that, my dad said that he would have probably been convicted of the higher offense because this jury wasn't going to let him walk out the courtroom. And he got the involuntary on it. So
definitely,
jury instructions.
I just call it under your scars over here, man. And I'm definitely not a big believer in the Reed technique. I think the Reed technique, man, needs to be removed from all policeman training.
I'm pretty certain, Ty, that isn't it now removed isn't it recognized now?
It may be. I haven't actually, obviously I just got out of jail, so I haven't had a chance to look.
I think it might even be. Now, it could be it may not be in every state, but I thought I saw that it's now become, as far as your trainable technique, that police, like, they're recognizing how unreliable it is because of the amount of false confessions.
Well, and I think for me personally, I would like to see, man, lying, taken out of police training at all, unless, man, if you're an undercover officer, you take special training to lie, special training to do those jobs. But no, you do not need to be teaching uniformed officers how to lie. You know what I'm saying? That is not part of their job description. You know what I'm saying? And man, it makes it even more, it's kind of even crazy in a sense, because we're sitting there and we're teaching cops how to lie, right? We teach them how to be effective liars. And then we get surprised when they lie on the stand. It's like all of a sudden, man, you're lying about this, you're lying about that, you're lying. It's okay to lie to suspects. It's okay to lie to witnesses. It's okay to lie to everybody. But now that you're on the stand, we're supposed to believe you. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, and one
not
thing,
morally or even logically,
Well, one thing everyone must remember is this, right? And this is important to know. Everyone looks at Miranda and says, if you waive your rights, that you're just waiving your right to remain silent. You're also waiving, once you waive those rights, you're now green lighting the ability for a police officer to lie to you. If you don't waive your Miranda rights, then they don't have a right to lie to you.
Well, they don't even have a right to talk to you at that point.
Correct. So it's important to understand that, like, when you're engaging with the police officer in that investigative capacity, that everything's on the table, and it's legally okay for them to do that because and that's something that really shouldn't attach, but it does. I mean,
and that's part of the problems with, man, a lot of it is, these are policemen who are trying to figure out ways around the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've heard stories of, man, where they'll come and knock on your door, right? They'll knock on your door, man. They'll say, the police, open up, right? Well, you're an idiot if you open the door, right? Because, man, at that point, they can get remember, we talked about probable cause and how easy that is to get. All they'd have to do is say they smell weed or whatever, and now they have probable cause to come in, right? Well, the bottom line is, man, and even if you ask for a search warrant, I've heard stories where they take a blank piece of paper and put it up to the eye hole and, man, show it like they got a warrant. You know what I'm saying? Cops do these things all the time, and they're actually, unfortunately, they've become very deceptive, whether it be lying and, as far as that goes, or even just being trained to automatically say, stop resisting every time they grab a hold of somebody. You know what I'm saying? That they're automatically trained to say that just in case it's seen on video or, in case it comes up, stop resisting, stop resisting. They're trained to actually say that. You know what I'm saying? Now, is that reality? No, but they're doing it it's doing it for the TV camera, basically.
That's right.
So I mean, and that's not the point. I mean, we're all missing the point here of what cops are supposed to do and what they're for. Same thing with the prosecutors, same thing with the judges, all of it, man. We have messed our legal system up. We have really messed our legal system up. To the point where you don't need evidence to convict somebody. right? Like I said, we've been talking about that. You just hold somebody hostage until, man, they're willing to submit. That's not proving somebody guilty. You know what I'm saying? That's just like my case. It's not like proving somebody guilty. You didn't prove me guilty. You know what I'm saying? But yet I still have to take the conviction. You see what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
it's a problem.
Well, it's a huge problem, and I think that
And yeah, Elizabeth is absolutely correct.
Yep.
They cannot lie to you, but yes, you can be held liable for lying to them. More likely that, man, it's just going to be used against you at your trial or pre-trial. But the bottom line is no, lying to them they will use against you all day. But man, they'll excuse, man, their lying. If their lying is excused, it's already innately excused.
It's absolutely. And to me, I think it shouldn't be, because when you're lying to somebody and putting them in that situation, and I think it makes it questionable what somebody's saying in response, because it's like there are people out there that will really get worried and could say things just to make it stop. Just
and
to
here's
make
the thing is, I mean, Megan brings up a good point too. And man, this is something you and I were discussing just prior to coming on. And man, like, okay, if they think your kid committed a crime, right? Say it's an underage minor and they think they committed a crime. 9 times out of 10, they're going to bust them at school. And the reason they bust them at school as opposed to busting them at home is because then the parent won't be there to defend them. The parent won't be there to, man, tell them, keep your mouth shut, let's get a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Or any of that. Parents not there to protect them. And man, then they can go ahead and ask them questions, get them to sign statements, get them to do things, without their parent being there. And is it fair? Is it right? Hell no, man. I mean, I think most of us would agree if there's going to be a minor involved, the parent has the right.
Absolutely. 110%.
Hear what's being said and hear, see what's going on. And if necessary, engage those rights of an attorney.
Well, Megan, one thing you have to understand though is that what Ty's talking about here is they have an idea that when you send your kids to school, it's called in parental locus. Or in parentis locus, and what that means is that in lieu of, it's one of those fancy Latin words.
Yeah, one of them fancy ass Latin.
And they say that
fancy ass Latin words.
That's right. And they say that basically the principal or the teacher, but the principal specifically, who's head of the school, gets to act in lieu of parents, so they can give permission to police to speak to the children if there's a perceived emergency.
Right. No, and they don't have parental rights, and they don't know what's legally in the best interest of that kid. Or the parent, for that matter.
So it's a situation where they blur the line. Now, technically speaking, when it crosses over into the criminal realm, but here's the thing: the principal of the school, at least in West Virginia, can actually green light. So, say they come to the school and they pull them from class, and they say, "Oh, there's an investigation that somebody graffitied the RVs down the street." Right. They can start talking to the kid, and the principal is allowed to give permission. Now, the principal has an obligation to inform the parents, but the principal is allowed to give your kid permission to speak.
But the principal already did questioning for the police. See what I'm saying?
And
they can't do that by proxy either. That's the other thing.
And the principal is barred from interfering. Right. So now you've greenlit your child to talk to the police officer. You're en route, and while you're en route to try to get there, they're sitting there talking to your kid, getting whatever information they want until you come in and say,
do it specifically for that purpose. You know what I'm saying? And Megan, I'm with you on train your kids, except for it's sad that you even have to.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, the school should already know if the cops are involved, man, then no, the child sits there and waits for the parent to come down and and actually be there when the police are there. You know what I'm saying? Before the arrest even happens, if, in a perfect world.
Yep.
I did see, though, Elizabeth had one. If you go back, all it takes is someone saying and or accusing you of doing something wrong, and they can charge you. Well, as we all know from my case, not only can they charge you, but they can take your ass to trial on that shit, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Because you have to remember that a testimony is evidence. So a lot of people don't understand that. Like they're saying, well, why? They don't have this. They don't have forensics. They don't have that.
Right.
But they have one witness who says that's why a jailhouse informant is enough to take a case to trial.
It's a relative concept. When you start talking about CIs and you start talking about jailhouse snitches and you start talking about, hell, even Crime Stopper witnesses. You know what I'm saying? These are people who've made money or gotten some kind of benefit out of the deal for going after somebody. That's not a very good one. We'll see about New Jersey. I told you I was heading up, man. I might head up to Philadelphia. I might head to New York, and if I go up there, then man, I'll definitely hit you up. Because if I remember right, you were closer to New York, right? And I may have to go to New York for a second. If I go to New York, then man, yeah,
Because Philly, that's your home stomping ground, isn't it, Ty?
Philly is my hometown, and man, I have some people who want to see me there. Obviously, I'm trying to get back to Portland because I have to deal with some stuff in Portland. Matter of fact, I just called up the airport to see if I can get the laptop that man I had when I got arrested.
Do they still have that laptop?
They still have all that stuff.
Wow!
But
at Portland,
the question is, do they still have all that stuff?
Well, I was going to say,
well, the lady said it probably went into unclaimed property, but that they probably haven't gotten rid of it yet since, man, they only hold it for 3 months before, man, they put it in unclaimed property. But the thing is, man, we'll have to wait and see. I'm supposed to find out Monday whether or not I get that back or not.
Okay. But they haven't even located it technically at this point.
Yep. And see, they did that with my oldest. My oldest son was, now Marine high school. Unfortunately, I trained my kids, and it's like you said, it's a sad reality that you even have to. It's a sad reality that you have to train your kids to deal with the people who are supposed to be protecting us. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't help. It doesn't, again, cops aren't supposed to be the enemy. You know what I'm saying? It's really, they're not supposed to be.
No, they're not.
But unfortunately, this ain't Mayberry. And man, cops, man, have their own agendas these days. So it's a shame that it has to be like that. And you're right, man, you do got to train your kids. But man, how much easier would it be if we just made a rule that, man, you can't do that?
That's right.
You know what I'm saying that you absolutely, whether by proxy, because man, they have those laws for jail. Again, the whole Naeem Jackson thing, that's against the law. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Supreme Court ruled on that a long time ago.
Well, here's what I find interesting, right? We're living in a world where now the actions of a child, the parent is held responsible for the actions of the child, but the child is mature enough to speak to police without the parent present.
Right.
So where are we at with that? Either the child is a child and need a parenting.
I'm going to tell you right now that is illogical as it gets, But again, we're talking about law, and we're talking about laws in America, man. A lot of them are illogical. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what it is we have
the fact that you can be charged for attempted murder for trying to commit suicide is kind of illogical. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Well, and here's the thing that I think this happens in Georgia a lot, and I think is they will charge somebody with 7 types of murder, right? But they will just say, okay, you can collapse them in on each other. And I love that there's a case down there that deals with insanity case where they actually charged them with malice murder, and then they charged them with felony, right? Well, the jury goes down and they found them guilty, but mentally ill on the one, and they found them not guilty by reason of insanity on the other, and it backfired on the prosecution because it was a mistrial on the other.
Right.
So they wanted to retry him on the one that was a mistrial, but this other one they came to a verdict on. Well, the Supreme Court came in and said, well, listen, if you just charged him with one and you had this mistrial, you're fine. But because you had this other one, you under the theory you charge that they're all similar. If he was found not guilty by reason of insanity on this one over here, it now
that's nuked them all. That one
nuked them all.
That particular case.
It nuked
all
them
the
all.
lesser includeds.
Yep,
should be
all
out
of
the
them.
window too.
No, they were. They were all. And he he didn't walk out of prison, but
But I mean, if you're declared
transferred to a
insane,
hospital,
if you're declared mentally incompetent, then man, you shouldn't be able to stand trial for any of them, right? So if you find not guilty by reason of insanity, for one charge, then there should be no lesser includeds on there because man, at that point, man, he's insane for all of them. You see what I'm saying?
He was
that doesn't even make sense, but they do it.
But and they do it and what they do is like at sentencing, they will find them guilty of 3 different offenses, and then they will say, okay, they're going to get to go after the top one and collapse them all in. But for me, isn't that contrary to the idea of our justice system?
No, because
always presumes
in all reality, it is contrary. Because look, you could have done one charge and not done the other 2.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I mean, it's up to the jury to find you guilty on each and every count of the charge. You know what I'm saying? They have to meet the elements for those counts. But then you have to, man, like again, when I went to trial, I was facing 4 different charges.
Yep.
Right now, the one thing that, man, all of those charges relied on me having something to do with it. That's where they had a problem. So if they couldn't prove felony murder, they weren't going to prove any of the other charges either. Right? Those were just tack-ons. But the thing is, man, I mean, okay, when you start talking about lesser included, it's like even in most murder trials, you will have, yeah, I hear you. The thing is you'll have, man, these lesser included. It's like most murder trials, say they're going for first degree murder. They'll say, well, if you don't find him guilty of first degree murder, maybe you'll find him guilty of second degree murder, or you'll find him guilty of manslaughter, or you'll find him guilty of some lesser included, right? Yep. That maybe it doesn't quite meet the elements for reasonable doubt for first degree murder. Well, I don't believe he did it premeditated. I believe the man, he did it out of passion or whatever. Right now it's second degree murder. So the jury can say, I don't find him guilty of first degree murder, but I do find him guilty of second degree.
But in some states, Todd, they can be found guilty of all 3. So my question is,
that's
under the presumption of innocence. But what they do is they collapse it to the top.
Well, you're not supposed to do that.
You're supposed it should collapse to the bottom, because under the presumption of innocence, we would have assumed innocence we would have assumed, even though the jury found it, it all contradicts with itself.
Well, you can't, man, find him guilty of all 3. That part, man, is ridiculous. It just gets ridiculous at that point. They're all actually the same crime in a sense.
Yes.
You're charged with one crime, right? But it's the degree of that crime. That's all you're arguing about. You can't find him guilty of all 3 degrees. You have to find him guilty of one of them. That's usually the way it is. But sometimes, man, they do love stacking charges if they can.
Now, Megan Bessenbacher, she actually really states a really good, if you read that comment there. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this case, Ty, because this happened while you were in, but there was a little girl down in Tennessee, and it literally happened all while you were in, because it happened in March, and she was tried in October, but essentially she shot her mother after smoking some weed. And she was claiming, they had doctors come in and everything and said she was insane and temporarily.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, man, I don't buy the whole weed excuse because, man, I've smoked a lot of weed and it never made me want to hurt anybody.
I was going to say that.
So I'm just going to tell the truth here. It's like,
Well, she was found guilty without, guilty. They denied her that. However, the point that Megan Bessenbacher makes is that had she shot others, they would have held her mom responsible by saying she wasn't responsible enough for it. But when she shoots her mother, they say, "Oh, she's not a child anymore. She's guilty." So it shows the inherent contradiction.
I think I see what you're saying. It's like, okay, if she killed some other person, some random person, she would be charged with, she'd be charged with second degree murder.
And not only her, but her mom would be charged.
Right.
But then she goes...
Yeah, but her mom would be charged. I get what you're saying.
But then she kills her mom, and they say, oh, she's responsible enough to kill her mom, and nobody else gets charged. Her dad's not charged. There's no one. She did this. She's responsible enough to kill her parents.
Yeah,
but if she kills someone else, they're going to charge her mom and say she's not responsible enough.
Well, man, this would be the bigger question, even for all you feminists out there, man. Why is the mom being charged and not the dad?
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Let's be real here.
That's right.
I mean, if mom gets killed, then maybe the dad needs to get charged along with her. I don't know. Look, look, I don't like the idea. And I mean, again, look, we're not all of us, we're all different as parents. What I'm saying? Trying to say somebody's a bad parent. Trying to say somebody's a good parent. Look, it's a hard job. And man, there's no instructions that come with kids. But here's the thing is, man, look, should parents be held responsible when their kids commit a crime? I don't think so. I don't like the idea of holding other people who didn't, man, actually commit the crime, may not have even known the crime was happening, and, man, go ahead and, man, charge them. If you're going to charge them as bad parents, well, then take them to family court. You know what I'm saying? But don't charge them for murder, man, when, man, their kid goes out and kills somebody. You know what I'm saying? You go ahead and take them to family court if you want to say they're a bad parent. You know what I'm saying? Give hugs to Lauren. She knows who I am. Wishing you well. Go forward with civil. Weed needs to be given to the politicians to ease the bullshit up. Thanks, Steve, for great. Al, man. Hey, thanks for coming by, man. And man, Lauren, I'll give her hugs when I see her. I won't see her for a second. But the thing is, man, when I see her, I'll go ahead and give her some hugs for you. And it is hard, Megan. No doubt about it. What if parents supply the weapon? Well, then that makes them an accessory, and man, at that point they should be charged.
Yep.
If I give my kid the gun and man, tell them to go, or tell them to go handle their shit, you know what I'm saying? Then, man, yes, I should be charged for that. That makes sense.
But I think what we're talking about here, though, is the theory under which they're not charged as an accessory, but what they're charged under is they're charged as if they're charged with manslaughter, as if they're an extension of, hey, this weapon was here or there, and the child goes and finds it and seeks it out and takes it somewhere and does a crime with it.
Right?
That's a completely different thing.
Like in that case, man, I could charge the kid because, man, now you're taking part in it somehow, right? Then you could actually, while at that point, man, I could probably get the kid for murder or whatever. But then, man, at that point, man, the most I could go after that parent for is negligent homicide because you left your gun in an unlocked box. Right. That's negligent homicide. That, yes, you are responsible because you didn't secure your weapon. But it's not the same charges you would give to the kid in that case, in that particular example.
But see, and this is where there's a specific case I think everyone's talking about when they think of this, and it would be the Crumleys, and now you got the guy down in Georgia. But at least in the state law where they were charged, the big issue, and this is what my dad was all passionate about. He was going to come on and make his first appearance on my show, but it was the idea of foreshadowing, foreknowledge, that the parent, in order to get there on negligent homicide, the parent would have to think that there's a possibility that this child would do this, and and you can't have that causal link broken. Because if the child, state law says that, if the child goes and takes it and the parent had no reason to believe their kid would ever do this, and then they go do it and they go find the gun and take it. Now, in the event that it's accidental. Now, in other words, the kid's got a gun, he's playing with it, he goes off and shoots a kid. Now the parent should be charged in that case because that's truly accident. But it's if the child does an intentional act, the law always holds. An intentional act would erase the negligent.
Well, I think, man, again, the crime should suit the circumstances. If, man, you were negligent and left a gun unlocked in a box, and your kid gets in that box and man gets the gun, goes and shoots somebody, should you be charged for negligent homicide? Possibly, you know what I'm saying? If you had locked your gun like, man, a responsible gun owner does, then nobody would have got hurt. We could argue that.
Well, I think the issue at hand with that, Ty, is currently, and I think the laws will start changing.
But let's flip the script a second. Let's make it not a gun, right? Okay, if I have a chef's knife in the rack in my kitchen, and my kid goes and grabs that chef's knife and goes and kills somebody with it, should I be charged with negligent homicide?
Well, should you? Right.
That's the problem. It's the same crime, just a different weapon.
That's the problem. The way the statutes are written today, except for the carve out that happened in the Crumley case, where the appellate court found differently and said, well, if the parent, like for instance, if my child has mental health issues and he's writing down killer things, and I think he's threatening, then yes, it's my obligation to get all the knives out of my house. It's not anything he could harm another person with. I got to get him out or get my kid into a center or treatment. It's my obligation to do that. That they recognize that I have a duty of care to everyone that my child will come in contact with. It extends to all of them.
Well, you got to remember, Steve. How hard would that? To remove all the weapons in the house. Man, I can kill you with a frying pan.
Well, this is the slippery slope we go down when you try to attach an intentional crime. In other words, the intent lies with the person that does this, and that erases anyone else's responsibility when someone does something intentional.
Right. I think guns are a special case where, man, that they will actually do that. But when you start breaking down everything in your house, the screwdriver's a fair game now.
That's why applying the statute the way they've done with these other crimes it creates that problem. And that's what they call that. It creates a due process issue because it creates an impossible way. In other words, one of the aspects of the due process clause says, you can't be charged with a crime that you can't define. And my dad, that was my dad's specialty in attacking almost everything with that. So if it's vague, if you can't understand it, then that is a defense to say you can't charge someone with that because you just laid out all these things that a prosecutor's now going backwards and saying, well, this was so heinous when this kid stabbed another kid with it, but this other one over here, They don't get charged. This one gets charged.
Well, man,
Nobody knows
when you start saying stuff like the parents should have known that the kid was going to stab him with a screwdriver.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, okay, and man, Jamie makes a good point where, man, okay, yes, if the parents know the kid has a history of violence and knows, man, that there are violent tendencies there and they've been in trouble before, that yes, they do have a responsibility to watch that child even harder than somebody else. I could see where that comes into play. Right. If you know your kid is a gangbanger, you know what I'm saying, then man, they carrying a screwdriver in their pocket. Well, there's a good chance they ain't using it to screw in screws. Right, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, if you can prove that kind of stuff, then, man, yes, I could see where, man, a parent getting charged even for that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There was no direct knowledge, but there was you should have known that your kid needed help. Right?
Correct.
Because we are responsible for our children in some respects, as far as that goes.
Right. Well, but what it happened, but here's where this comes in, though, right? And this is where these cases get difficult. That causal link must stay intact the whole way. So so the parent must know that this child was heading to do that and have failed to act. If the parent was unaware that the child was going to do what they were going to do, and the child was deceptive and represents themselves that I'm normal and goes and does this, the parent is not responsible for taking the screwdriver because the parent didn't have any knowledge. That's the issue that we get into.
Right. There's no knowledge. There's no knowledge that was even going to be used as a weapon.
Right. And the same would go with the unsecured gun sitting in a thing. If the parent had no knowledge that the child ever planned to do that, then the parent would be like, okay, well, I mean, it wasn't secure, but I didn't know he was going to take the gun.
I mean, hell, we can get ridiculous with it. I mean, pillows have been used as weapons.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Now, if a child goes in there and he's with his friend, he's like, oh, check out my gun, my dad's gun, and boom, it goes off. That's where you get into not securing the firearm.
Again, that was negligent.
I'm going to take this and I'm going to go over here to this place and I'm going to shoot people up.
Well, now we're back to negligent.
But the parent never had an idea that this child had any problem and didn't fail to act. It's the question of failing to act.
Here's the one thing I'll give it to. I mean, one of the reasons why guns are different, right? Because almost everything else we named off, from the pillows to the screwdrivers to the knives to all that, those all have different actual different uses as tools in a normal household. Normal household, we never use pillows as weapon except for a pillow fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But I mean, in a normal household, those are not considered weapons, man. They're considered tools. But a gun is a tool too. I mean, a gun only has one purpose, and that's it. Mm-hmm. That's to kill things. That's what it does. You know what I'm saying? So you have more of a responsibility to secure that gun. That's
I think the danger in the precedents that stuff like that sets is it's like somebody was just talking about here, said, fists and feet are considered. So when we start to say that it's merely your child did this act and you're responsible for that child, it's your child, that's their fist, that's their feet.
Oh yeah.
And they go beat someone up. Now you're going to go down. And that's the problem of extending it specifically to say,
even my bunkie. I mean, I had a bunkie when I was in there this last time, and he was in there for beating a guy to death. That's what he was in there for. And so, yes, hands and feet can be used. And man, he was in there. Literally the cause of death listed on the guy's autopsy was, blunt force trauma to the face. And the thing is, and I had to correct him a few times about his thing, but the thing is okay, he should win on a self-defense claim, because the laws in Florida changed not that long ago. They changed back in 2020, I want to say 2019, 2020, but stand your ground laws changed in Florida. And the way the law used to be is used to be on you to prove it was self-defense. Like you had to prove it was self-defense. Well, now that's not the way it is. Now it's the state's burden to prove it wasn't self-defense, which is a big change, right? So if there's two people who go into a room and one of them comes out dead, the state has to prove that it wasn't self-defense. They better come up with some video or something, right? Something showing that it wasn't self-defense, because otherwise they'll lose a stand your ground hearing. And I think that's where that case is going to end up going. He'll sit in there. I think he'll sit in there for, I don't know, a year and a half. And eventually, they're either going to cut him a deal or he'll get his stand your ground hearing and be released. You know what I'm saying? I think he wins on stand your ground because there is no proof he did it. As far as there's no proof saying that, it wasn't self-defense. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing is, man, even if you're innocent in that case, like even if you're defending yourself, you see what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about a year and a half to prove that you're innocent.
Yep.
But one of the weird ones about Florida's, just on the stand your ground thing, Florida's stand your ground law. Here's a real weird one, and I don't know if anybody. This will probably cause some little controversy in our chat here, but the way the law is written is, man, even if I say I think I'm being attacked, me and my wife are being attacked on the street by some people, right? Or man, whatever. I feel like my life is threatened. That's the standard. I have to feel like my life is threatened, or the life of somebody I care about is being threatened, right? Well, okay. If I pull out my gun, and I start popping off caps at those guys, and I accidentally hit a bystander, right? Say I hit, man, somebody waiting on the bus.
Right.
Well, I can't be held responsible, man, for shooting them. You know what I'm saying? That's the way Florida's law is. Now that's kind of crazy.
That is
what
crazy.
I'm saying? That you can't be held, responsible for hitting bystanders. That's a little bit crazy. I think it may be a little too far, but I mean, I agree with the burden of proof being on the state. As far as proving that.
I absolutely think that I think it should be on the state, because I mean that is contrary to, or not contrary. That is in alignment with the whole concept of our justice system, which is that the burden of proof lies on the state to prove everything and to prove guilt. That we don't, because it's so difficult to, like, for a defendant to have to disprove a negative is so difficult.
Right.
So you should have to prove the negative before the defendant is left with the negative.
Right. Because again, it's the presumption of innocence. I mean, that's the point. And man, Christine, no, I don't need a criminal lawyer anymore. That part I'm good. I haven't found a lawyer yet. Because now I got to find. I don't know. I still have to talk to Jerry and Kara, about what they want to do. But I need to find lawyers for civil suits now. I don't have to worry about ever going to jail again or ever being prosecuted for this crime again, which is nice. So,
and I'm assuming that this is that your hunt for a lawyer is probably going to be after the holidays and all that stuff.
No, it's going to take some time. I mean, like I said, I have a proposal I'm going to be sending out to them that gives a little case history, gives some lawsuits we've already identified, different people, man, we want to add to the suits, different kinds of shit.
So this is a good time. You would agree, Ty, this is a great time for Christine and everyone to just kind of rest up and chill out and just enjoy the holidays.
We'll see. Because you got to remember, beyond the lawsuits, I have the complaints in with these third party, organizations.
Do those bodies air their hearings? Like if a hearing were to happen on those complaints, is that
not usually? I mean, the third DCA doesn't usually, man, because those are done behind closed doors. I mean, there's no reason to. They don't call witnesses. All they do is go based on the case. Typically, not always, but typically. I've never seen an appeal. I've never seen a televised appeal. Now the civil court, right? When we go in for some of the hearings, I mean, I could see where those would be recorded. Matter of fact, they all will be recorded because, man, just like in criminal cases, man, they have to be to a certain degree. And given the size and nature of the lawsuits we're going to be filing, I wouldn't be surprised if Court TV shows up for those. We'll have to wait and see. I just don't know. I do know that, when it comes down to it, it's not televised as much. Now, the bigger one is, though, these complaints like I've made to the Florida Bar, the Judicial Qualifications Commission, the DOJ, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. These complaints, these are criminal complaints, some of them, or complaints against their licenses, or, in the case of the judge, man, whether or not he should be on the bench. Ethics Committee, that's another one coming up for Dennis Ward. Now, these things, man, again, while they're not, they're not, about proving my innocence so much. It's about, man, again, but it does help, right? Okay, if the FDLE finds that, there was evidence tampered with, which we all know there was, right? Then, man, they can go and look for, man, any evidence that may be left over. They can at least acknowledge that officially, yes, there was evidence tampered with, which helps us in the civil cases. You see, so there's a lot of work to do. And the other organizations definitely play their part in it. We need real cops going in there and investigating what happened. We haven't had any real cops in this case yet. I'm saying it's about time some step forward and figured out exactly what happened. So we'll see. And what was that one? I didn't quite catch. I want you and Lauren to be on my channel again, Ty. I can't speak for Lauren. I don't know, man, what Lauren plans on doing. I do know, man, she said she was going to talk to, there was a documentary crew that, man, was reaching out to her or whatever. I don't know. But man, I will definitely be on your show again, and we can do an interview on there. And like I said, I can't guarantee Lauren will be there, but I promised you, I promised you I would do an interview with you, and man, we'll do one on your channel, man, if I can get everybody on your channel up to speed. But I mean, not that, I'm sure we'll be doing quite a few of these over the next year, because I think it's going to take a good year, man, to really get this thing, man, going. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Get lawsuits initiated, start getting, and dealing with some of this media stuff, and getting some more information out to people, getting some of this new evidence sorted through, getting through all this shit. It's probably going to take a good year. But over the course of the year, I'm sure we'll have lots to say, and man, there'll be lots of little tidbits that come up along the way, kind of like JoJo's book or whatever, you get these little tidbits where you're like, there's a nugget of gold, where's that come from?
That's right.
So I'm sure we'll figure that part out. And I'm sure these outside agencies can help with that. And man, really what you guys help with the most is, man, giving people a voice. Lauren and I were talking about this even just last night. It's real easy for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or the DOJ or the Florida Bar to ignore the complaint of one person, right? It's real easy for them to just ignore my complaint. But when we get, man, complaints coming in from all you guys on top of it, now it's not so easy to ignore.
Absolutely.
Now they actually have to get up and do something about it, which is where you guys come in, that strong voice, man, that voice of, look, enough of us know this is not what happened. You know what I'm saying? So you guys need to figure out what happened, that kind of stuff. All right. Thanks a lot, man. You take it easy. Let's see. Happy holidays. Thank you. I'll take the happy holidays. I'm not even holiday spirit quite yet, but man, I'm working on it. And let's see. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. And let's see. Trishy, like the guy who killed the crazy intruder / stalker. It's funny we were talking about that, huh? I told you what my latest was. I'm like, But yeah, it's like, man, the next year is going to be really, really interesting to see what happens. Like, again, we both know that podcast series, which y'all are probably going to love, that David, I think, did a great job on the podcast series. I haven't heard it yet. There's a lot of interviews in there I haven't heard. So again, it'll be new to me. I actually haven't heard
Is there a release date yet on that? Do you know?
No, I think he said it's probably going to be about a month or two, man, before it comes out. I think that's the plan. But he did say he was going to come visit me here I'm in South Carolina. For those of y'all that didn't know, I'm actually in South Carolina right now. But the thing is he said he was going to come to South Carolina, man, come and do another, couple interviews before he goes and puts together, the series,
the final product, right?
Right. Well, and man, and some of the ones he asked me, because he asked me, he's like, would it be okay, man, with you if I go and interview Pitcher and JoJo? And I'm like, go right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pitcher was my star witness, man. I'm like, hell, go interview Pitcher. You want to interview JoJo? Go interview JoJo. I'm not sure what he'll say, but man, but at the same time, I'd be interested to hear it.
Absolutely, for certain. I mean, I'd love to hear it and compare it to his testimony as well.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's another opportunity for him to contradict.
Hey, if they're willing to talk to him, man, go for it, man. I mean, interview whoever you want. I mean, like I said, I plan on getting a whole new T-shirt series where, man, it's the truth doesn't fear investigation. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, man, go ahead, dig into it as much as you want.
That's right.
That man makes me happy. You know what I'm saying? And man, it'll definitely make, like I said, it'll make his series even more interesting because, I mean, while I've done interviews with him, man. So, man, he's heard, man, my side of things, and I've heard, a couple other, man, people he's talked to. But man, mostly I just know people he's talked to. And man, you talk about being in depth and thorough, man. I mean, David's pretty in depth and thorough. And I'm looking forward to, hearing some of these. Like I said, I think I told you this last time. He has the last interview that was ever done with Paula.
Yes, you did. You did say
and
that.
I would love to hear that. I would love to see what Paula had to say. You know what I'm saying? So
And that was during the trial, correct? That he got
Right, that
that.
was during the trial, man. He actually went and visited her in the hospital, while we were at trial, and man, he did a full blown interview with her. And man, so I don't know what got said. I mean, I wasn't there for that. I was actually in court that day while he was doing that.
So you're not so as far as you don't know everything that was said in the podcast or what wasn't said in the podcast. So you're going to be watching or listening to it, I guess, just like we are.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. I'll be just like you. I'm just as interested to hear what gets said. And man, I mean, he talked to family, friends, he talked to other inmates, he talked to he talked to a lot of people. You got to give it to David. He's a very in-depth journalist. And I can't wait to see what he comes out with.
Well, hopefully that will be something, again, as I've said, in my belief is you need something like that to really catapult into something that people can really understand, because people understand a story. So it's like you watch your trial, it's tough to understand the whole story. You come listen to us talk, we know the story because we've really dug in. But people today, they don't digest the story or get passionately involved until actually it's told to them.
David and I were joking about it because it was like, he's known me for a year now. He met me just shortly before trial, right? So, man, he knows me. He's known me for a little over a year, right? Or actually, not even a year because, about a year, somewhere in there, right? Anyway, but he's like, man, the amount of things that changed, and man, how crazy your life has, been for this last year. I can't imagine 7 years of it. You know what I'm saying? Where, man, my life is just changing constantly, and man, the story is constantly evolving.
Well, and, I was going to say, you got to consider, like this time last year, Ty, you were literally preparing for trial and getting ready to head to Key West and getting ready to start that whole process. And now your case resolved. You're in South Carolina. You're in another section of the United States. Totally different place. It's got to be completely overwhelming in a sense.
Well, and man, again, this, I think I've even said this to you. I know I said it to David. This is the ending of one thing and the beginning of something else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And really, the criminal case is over. That's true. But man, is the fight over? No. Is the case over? No. It's just going to civil court.
I was going to say the real fight is just beginning. Right. Because this is kind of like the fun fight. You know what I mean? And the fights, that, as Mike Tyson said in a lead up to his fight with Jake Paul, and he was telling everybody, he said, the training is the hard work. That's what you've been through. The fight is the party. You're at the party now.
Well, I'm definitely at the party now. I'm with you on this.
You know what I mean?
Look, because for me, this is all downhill now. And Lauren and I've talked about this too. It's like we did all this work for the criminal case. So all the work is done. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. We do have some new stuff to go through and stuff like that. But most of the hard work's already done. And it's like, so now, it's downhill for us. I'm not risking my ass anymore. I'm not looking at going to prison anymore. Yeah. Now it's just about, going in there, proving they were culpable, and going in there, taking their money, basically. You know what I'm saying? Which I think sounds so much better than, risking my behind.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
So that's a good question. Are you going to include the state of Florida, like the state attorney general's office in your suit?
Well, no,
keeping it local to the county. Or are you just going to sue the county?
No, I'm suing the county. I'm suing the sheriff's office. I'm suing the state attorney's office. Now, when you sue the state attorney's office in a county down there, then you're automatically suing the state. You're suing the attorney general took over when we filed that stuff. The attorney general represents all the state attorney's offices and all the state attorneys. So, so when you're suing them, that's who you're suing. When you sue the state. And so even if they cut out a settlement check, it's going to come from from the attorney general. Right. So that's how that goes. The PD, now you were suing the sheriff's office, right? The sheriff's office is run by the county, and man, the county slacked on some of their responsibilities, which is why the sheriff's office was so problematic. So that's how they all get tied in together. Now, judges are incredibly hard to sue. They have their judicial immunity, which is almost near absolute. They can't be sued for anything that they did in their judicial capacity. Same thing with a prosecutor, actually. Prosecutor can't be sued for anything they did in their capacity as prosecutor. Now, if they commit a crime, though, that's a whole different story. You know what I'm saying? Because now they can be sued for the criminal act. You know, or in Ward's case, man, when you know your attorneys, your state attorneys, your assistant state attorneys are committing misconduct and you allow them to do it. Now you can be held culpable as an administrator. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't take care of an issue. I mean, you knew they were violating people's due process and you didn't do anything about it.
And you sat on it. And,
right. Or you encouraged it. Even worse, you encouraged it. But man, now you can be sued for those kind of things, right? And man, or even the statements he made about the retrial, right? He came out in his statement for the retrial and said specifically that I did this. You know what I'm saying? I did this, I did that, I did this. He pleaded his whole case, right? And man basically said I did it. Well, those are still liables now. You know what I'm saying? You never proved I did shit.
And what about the statements that they made after recently, the ones we played last time?
No,
I mean,
I would think in those statements, okay, the statements you just played, man, the last time, right? I think the sheriff is definitely libelous, right? Because he tries to say, oh, this only proves that it was a good investigation and proves we got the right guy and all that. No, you didn't prove that. You didn't prove any of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'll be more than happy, man, to give you your chance in civil court. You can prove it, man, there, you know, if you want to. You know what I'm saying? But, man, we both know you can't, you know. And the bottom line is, man, to come on the radio and say that to the people of Monroe County, no, you didn't prove that. All you proved is you're a bunch of thugs who can take somebody hostage and hold them, man, and extort, man, a conviction out of them. That's all you proved. You know what I'm saying? You didn't prove anything. Matter of fact, again, we'll argue about how good, that's it. Even that's stupid, man. It comes out and he says that if the investigation is so good, then why can I sue you for it? You know what I'm saying? It's pretty, that's pretty self-explanatory.
It's just one of those, again, when you're dealing with the law, it's so many contradictions in almost every way they think,
I hear you.
Act, and those are the double speak and the double talk, and they say one thing and they're really saying something else, but they want to, and that's like, listen, when prosecutors argue to the jury and they try to recoin what the burden is and what reasonable doubt is. And say, it's not every doubt. Well, it is every doubt. It's every reasonable doubt. There is no other doubt left.
Right.
Once you get beyond that, and they try to like take that and say it's not.
And that, it's not even. And that's the thing, Steve. It's not even reasonable doubt. It's beyond reasonable doubt.
Beyond, exactly.
You know, so I mean, that's when they try and lower the standards and stuff like that. I mean, that's what prosecutors try to do is try to lower the standard. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember I just saw, it was weird. I ended up seeing part of my trial at one point, right? And I said this, it was in my opening, right? In my opening for the case, right? And I was like, I remember when we were sitting here doing jury selection, the prosecutor asked you if you could convict me just based on one person's word, and man, everybody said yes. And I was like, okay, well, and I get that. It depends on whose word we're talking about. But here's the thing, the bigger issue is, can you convict me on just one person's word when there's 100 other pieces of evidence that say I didn't do it?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what he's not. That's not what he's selling you. You know what I'm saying? He's selling you that, man, you should take this person's word, and there's no other evidence saying I didn't do it. Right now, you have all this evidence saying I didn't do it. And now at that point, do you take that person's word, for reasonable doubt? I don't think so. You know. I didn't put it exactly like that, but that was, man, I caught that, man, when I was there, because that was an issue. It was an issue, man. Where, a lot of states have even gotten to the point where you can't just bring one person's word. That's right. You have to have corroborating evidence to go along with it.
Something that Mansfield absolutely butchered, almost worse than the what is it?
Thank you, Trish.
What the hell are those shots now? Just shot. But he butchered corroboration in his closing argument.
Oh yeah,
unbelievable.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I hear you. Not only did I mess with him about it at trial, but I was going to mess with him at the new trial about it.
Well, I was going to say, did you get into that when you were talking about, Mansfield?
Yeah, I was like, man,
where did you get your definition of corroboration? I mean, you have no idea
what the word corroboration means. You know what I'm saying? So,
I mean, it's
Why
like,
not
well,
corroborate your own story?
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was like there's nothing independent of his story
Right,
to
exactly.
corroborate it,
That's
except for
the
his
whole
own
point of
words.
corroboration. Corroboration is independent facts that support, man, the story.
Fireballs. That's what I was coming to. I
Yeah.
said he didn't. He almost butchered corroboration worse than he did fireballs, which to me was an act in both instances because that was. I was
JoJo
curious.
says this, which corroborates what JoJo said.
I know that's. I was like, oh my gosh, what is happening right now? I said, I can't believe that this guy, and of course, Mansfield is a former judge. I mean, he can't nearly be as ill-informed on these things as he claims.
Well, Jennifer, nobody was into the prosecutors. I'll tell you that. Nobody, man. Mansfield was saying he just stopped getting death threats, man. A few months ago or whatever. I don't know. But the bottom line is, I was like, and man, I even said it to him. I was like, and you wonder why, man, picking nobody likes you because you're not doing the right thing. You're being the bad guy and then getting mad when everybody hates you. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, what do you expect? And then, more importantly, what do you want me to do about it? I can't make you be the good guy. You know what I'm saying? You can, man, turn around and, man, you can make yourself, you can make it so you don't get death threats real easy. Start doing the right thing. I can't control what other people say. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what they're going to send to him or whatever. But if you stop looking like a douche, then maybe you wouldn't have a problem. I mean, that's basically it. So that did come, actually that came out in one of those hearings that you guys didn't get to hear. But, it's just basically that.
Now, tell us about so you said was the hearing that he started screaming at you. You will not get anything else from me. Was that via Zoom or was that in person?
No, that was in person. That's one we're going to have to get the audios for. We'll get the audios for that. But I mean, he claims, man, he sat there and he was like, well, we gave it to, your previous attorneys and we gave it to the attorneys before that. And man, it's not our job to keep on providing it to you, Mr. Tucker, which actually it is, man, considering I just went to jail and lost all the fucking discovery. But that's beside the point. Point is, man, so man, he sits there and he's like, that was his excuse as to why he couldn't give it to me. Right. And this is after, man, I did a motion to compel to get that now. Right.
Well, I was going to say it was ruled upon because I remember coming into that in the previous hearing, Morgan specifically directed him to provide that to you. And then he did.
Right.
And then
that was a different thing. No, that was actually the trial. That was the trial, man, audio. Right.
Oh, audio. Okay.
No, because I didn't get that. I didn't get that until, man, freaking 3 weeks before we were supposed to go to trial. So how the hell am I supposed to have transcripts made? How am I supposed to actually prepare for trial using those transcripts?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And did they give you time to listen to those? Like,
no.
How did that work?
Well, I mean, in jail, they would have brought me a laptop where I could have listened to the audios, right? Now, here's the problem, though. I can't make a copy of the disc. I can't do that. And I still have to send them out to be transcribed by a service. You have to have a professional legal service transcribe the shit. It has to be an official transcript. We can't use the one from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Right. So you have to have an official transcript. So that means I have to send it out to a service. Well, how am I going to send it out to a service when I can't make a copy of it? You see what I'm saying? Or even if I say I want to use it as evidence, this. If I want to use something as evidence, I have to give a copy to the court. I have to give a copy to the state, and I have to have one copy for myself. You know what I'm saying? And you can't do that, right? They're just not giving you the ability to do that. Never became an issue just because, man, we didn't end up going to trial anyway. But as far as trial preparation, it stands in your way.
Right.
So,
Ty, I mean, at this particular juncture, you're basically at this point going to be working on. I guess you're going to be working on trying to get the computer back and all that stuff. What can people do to help you that want to help out?
I mean, I'm not. I'm not fully sure yet, man. What's going on with anything?
Okay.
I have to. My wife is mailing me my wallet so that, man, I can get all my bank cards back and, man, get all my stuff back. And man, there's a bunch of things that are still up in the air. I don't even have my emails not even open yet.
Gotcha.
That's kind of the whole point of, man, South Carolina is, hanging out here for a second and, man, trying to get
the base,
get things that I need put together again. And, even a laptop.
So,
Um,
so is there a place that you would prefer people? I know you said your one email is just overloaded. Is there another email you want people to know that we can put up here that we can?
well, I mean, they could use my Proton email right now. I mean,
Okay.
I got one of those just to talk to people, man. When
Okay.
I first got out, because I mean, I had no way of doing it other than through email. Because I had to make up. What's worse is Google wouldn't give me an email because I didn't have a phone, right?
Right. Right.
So the thing is, so Google wouldn't give me, I couldn't use my old one. I didn't have the account for that. And man, I had to go and get a whole new email. But then you got to find one that, man, you can do without a phone, blah, blah, blah. But by the way, Proton Mail seems to work fairly well. But once I get my old email back, and get that straightened away, then man, I can get in, like, because apparently it's bouncing emails, right? It's full right now. And the thing is man, then I can get emails from Vinnie Politan. I can get emails from other people, the people who were working on the Netflix project, all that other kind of crap. So we'll have to see how that goes.
So was that by the? You mentioned that there was a documentary crew reaching out. Is that the Netflix project that we're reaching back out to you?
No, this is a different one. This is a crew from another crew from the UK.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't know what their interest is. I know they reached out to Kara. Now they're reaching out to Lauren. And Lauren is going to go ahead. Oh, and no, I'm not with my puppy yet. I did talk to the people who are watching him last night, and he looks like he's doing good. I told him I'll be back out in Portland sometime soon. It's going to take there's a few things I want to handle here on the East Coast first before going out there. I mean, I figure I might as well. I'm on this side of the country, right? There you go. Free tie 24 at proton.me.
Okay, good. So that's a way that people can reach out to you.
That one is definitely working right now. So, man, people want to reach out.
Or if somebody wants to drop that to Vinny or something like that, that's you're going to be able to.
That'll help too. I'm sure Vinny would like an update on what's going on.
Yep.
I'm sure he's actually going to be okay. He's not going to be surprised that we made a deal. I think he's going to be surprised at the terms we agreed to for the deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think that one's going to blow his mind. I mean, these guys, man, I mean, what they've done is like, to go through all this and then come out the way they did. And man, I was telling you a little story because I keep on hearing stories about JoJo. And it's like, how upsetting that is, to see that, man, okay, they did everything they could to protect this guy. He didn't live up to one thing in his probation, not one thing. He didn't pay the money. He didn't check in like he was supposed to. He failed drug tests. He absconded. He did everything you can to fail probation, right? And yet, man, they let this guy loose, right? And I mean, again, he may not be, we could argue about whether or not he's as culpable as Rory, but is he still a dangerous individual? Yes. And I mean, he's out there walking around right now when he should be in prison for 30 years. I mean, that's the reality of this.
Absolutely.
And man, if they don't revoke his probation and send him back for 30 years, I mean, again, they're just saying we don't care about public safety. This wasn't about public safety. It wasn't about justice. It wasn't about any of that.
That's right.
It's about politics. It's about covering your ass. Because otherwise, JoJo, if he wanted the people, man, to be safe, then JoJo would be in prison right now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, the guy literally thumbed his nose at every bit of the probation you threw him on. And he's out there doing the same shit he was prior to the crime going down. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, again, they're going to have a tough time explaining that. Like, even, man, like a lot of people don't even realize, I mean, just for them to explain, you got to remember, they kept on putting him off as, oh, he's just the sweet, innocent getaway driver, that whole reason, man. That's why we gave him such a sweet plea deal. He only did 4 years, we're going to give him 5 years probation as long as he testifies, and this, that, and the other. But he pled guilty to 3, I think it was 3 charges, they pleads guilty to. None of which, by the way, is being a getaway driver. You know what I'm saying? He actually I think he pled guilty to assault, man, with a deadly weapon, a couple other things. But he pleads guilty to these things. And if he violated that probation, that he was on, which he did repeatedly, he should have got 30 years prison time. That, he gets the max at that point.
Absolutely.
But did they do that? No. What they did is they let him abscond. They let him fail drug tests. They let him, man, lie. They let him, man, not pay. Not check in, all that other stuff, and set him free. And for what? You know what I'm saying? And then, man, again, when you compare the plea deals that got signed, right? I mean, again, so they say the reason they gave him that sweet deal, right, was because, man, he was less culpable. But I actually okay, so you're still trying to say I'm the killer and I get a better deal than the supposed getaway driver? You know what I'm saying? It's like, it was insane, man. The difference in, man, the plea deals. I didn't have to plead guilty. Now, so, man, I'm not guilty of anything. And as far as it goes, even in time in jail, like Steve, we know they didn't count the time I was on the anklet.
Right.
But even in time in jail, JoJo did more time in jail than I did. You know what I'm saying?
And again, you're correct. I mean, he's viewed in this as just simply a getaway driver who didn't kill anybody or touch anybody.
Right.
That's why I said it's absolutely insane that they even went with this deal for somebody who they think did this. And again, it's not only insane, it doesn't even match up or align with any of the ways they've treated other people who have done far. And that to me is why it's
well, not only that. I mean, you also got to think of the cost and the expense. How much money did they spend coming after me? Right now, you got to justify not only that, man, freaking, again, I didn't get, convicted like, man, I got convicted, but I didn't get found guilty like, man, Travis did. And, man, I didn't do as much time. And I made you waive, all the fees of prosecution.
Yep.
Which, man, JoJo never went to trial. Trial's expensive.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can't wait because that is one thing David's doing too, is he's finding out how much money they spent on trial. And I can't wait to see that. Not on trial, on the prosecution, the entire prosecution.
On the entire prosecution.
I can't wait to see how much they spent. I know how much we spent approximately. You know what I'm saying? And, man, it's like, again.
I can only imagine 3 different defendants.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about just for our side. Our side.
Oh, just your side. Gotcha.
Our side probably spent a couple $1 million.
Yep.
You got to think there was $200,000 spent on bond alone. Just bond alone, it was 200.
So that's actually a great question that you just came to my mind. So for bond, was the bond that was put up, like, did you guys have to do a surety bond where you paid a percentage of it, or was?
Yep, that's exactly what we did. And, man, so we put up, Lauren put up both of her houses, and we still owed about $500,000.
And then so you guys actually come out of pocket with cash.
Yeah,
that was non-refundable.
So she had to pay $200,000 that she was never going to see again, right? Wow. And pay $200,000 to get me out. Now, what they wanted is they wanted me to do exactly what I did and sit in jail. But the $3.1 million, that would have been another $300,000, $310,000 actually, $310,000, man, that we would have never seen again. So that would have been $500,000 just for the privilege of walking around. You know what I'm saying? And not even being able to walk around, to be at home and man a house.
Well, I was going to say that was so that's what the cost was going to be $310,000. I know.
Right. Right. It would have been. And that's even, again, assuming we could even come up with the collateral, because Lauren sold both those houses. We got a new house, man, that is not worth as much, man. You're not going to be able to use it as collateral on a $3.1 million bond. So I don't know.
Yep. Yep. So here we go. Let me see. Let me put this up here. This is from Hannah B. She says, I think if you really want to find the truth in this case, you must consider that none of the 3 accused convicted had anything to do with the crime.
Well, I wouldn't say that, I wouldn't say that because there's a lot of evidence, man, against Rory. There's a lot of evidence against Travis. That was kind of the whole point. I mean, both of them had a ton of evidence suggesting that they did it. Now, is there things that were overlooked? Are there other people who were involved? Yes, there's good evidence that Anthea Clay set this up. I mean, and she was never charged. Same thing with Rory Wilson's girlfriend, April Walker. There's a very good chance she knew when Rory came home all bloody that night that, man, he wasn't.
Well, I was going to say she had to have seen him come home and know that he did this or did.
Well, and not only that, I mean, the surveillance team, man, even says in the report that, man, she was playing lookout while he was getting rid of the bloody clothes. That makes you an accessory all day.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, so yes, those 2 were never charged. They were, never charged in the whole thing. That's more where I think, if you really want to know the truth of the case, you got to look at all the stuff they didn't want us to look at. the Crystal Dink lockers, the Anathea Clays, why didn't they investigate these other people? Why didn't they investigate why didn't these people end up in jail? I mean, Anathea actually had every bit as much evidence, at least, as Roy Wilson did, and never ends up in jail. So, and then and then when you know that, man, the cops knew where she was, they just never put out a warrant for her arrest, right? And man, when you got to ask why. If there's all this evidence saying that, man, she set up this crime, she set up a felony murder, right? If there's all this evidence saying she did it, then why wasn't she arrested? We talked about how low probable cause is, you know what I'm saying? So she's never arrested. And man, again, they never follow up on any of the leads or any of the evidence saying she was involved, right? Matter of fact, they try to hide it, and it's like, okay, well, why would you do that? Right? I mean, think about it. You're the cops. Why are they protecting this woman from a murder charge?
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And man, well, there's not too many reasons I can think of where the cops would want to do that. Maybe if they were being paid off, bought, whatever. But man, there's no way Anathea Clay is paying anybody off, at least not with cash. You know what I'm saying? So what else could she possibly give the cops to actually get them to protect her from a murder charge? Well, if it ain't money, there's a good chance it was information. That's where I'm looking at, that there's a lot more to the crime that way. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of things going on at that same exact point in time that, that other people, they don't want you to know.
Now, Ty, you said there were 4 buys that went on there that day, earlier in the day. Are you going to be able, do you have a way, or do you know, not that you disclose it here, but do you have a way, are you going to be able to pinpoint those cases to go back and get the case information?
Oh, that's not hard at all.
Okay.
No, that's not hard at all. I actually met, man, all 4 of those guys when I was in jail the first time.
Because I would imagine that within that is going to show characters that are probably involved in the investigation here. And there's going to be your linkage to say, hey, wait a minute, look at these people here that were part of the task force that was investigating here. Oh, my God, they showed up at the treehouse that night.
Right. Well, and the thing is, man, I mean, some of these people, like JD, man. I mean, JD, man, Paul even says he was there that day. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, some of these people are easily identified. You know what I'm saying? And JD was interesting, actually, man. When I first met him, he pulls me into his cell and he's like, I know you didn't do it. If I thought you didn't, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'm like, all right, well, man, thankfully, man, your sources are, man, pretty good too. But the thing is no, there was a few drug dealers who showed up that day, apparently. And yes, all of them ended up with federal cases, and they're fairly easy to identify. The thing is the whole HIDTA connection.
Right.
That's where that whole thing comes in too, and man, that's where I think the issue is here, Well, if they caught the real perps, then the cops that set up the drug bust would be held responsible. Well, I mean, that's the thing is, man, I don't think it's a problem with the real perps, in the sense, okay, and man, Steve and I were talking about our theory about what actually happened, right? Now, these are theories. And no, I'm not on parole. And no, I'm not on probation, none of that kind of shit. I'm a free man. It's over. I'm a free man. But, no parole. Parole, man, no, none of that kind of crap, man. Nothing that they can ever put me back in jail for. Anyway, but okay, as far as the drug bust, okay, now the drug bust, man, you got to remember these cops, man, are watching the treehouse, and man, they're watching it and they're looking for the major suppliers. That's when, you guys watch enough TV. They're always looking for the major suppliers. They want to follow the food chain up and go up to the suppliers, whatever. Right. So, assuming they were watching it, the bigger thing is we were talking about Anathea Clay. Anathea Clay was at the treehouse, and man, we have a phone call from Anathea going to Captain Phelps, who was in charge of HIDTA operations for the sheriff's department. Now, that happens about an hour before the crime goes down. Now, the thing is, if they were trying to catch these federal, and again, HIDTA is federal, by the way, just to let y'all know. So, man, you're talking about a federal investigation here. Now, if they were watching the place and, man, trying to arrest these major drug dealers, by using Anthea Clay as a snitch. And she calls them an hour before the crime goes down after setting it up. Well, there's a good chance that, they knew about it prior to it going down. And that also makes sense as to why there was 2 squad cars in the parking lot right across from the treehouse watching it for, I don't know, an hour or two. Something like that. They're there for hours, man, watching the treehouse. But the crime goes down 15 minutes after those squad cars leave, right? So, they were waiting for those squad cars to leave. But when the squad cars left, I think the assumption was, okay, they let the robbery go down. They don't bust their undercovers or whatever. That, man, when the robbery goes down, they'll catch, man, freaking the people coming out. With the squad cars sitting there, they'll catch them coming out, and that way their undercovers don't get burned. I don't think they expected anybody to die, is, man, what ended up happening. Which, man, is why they had to. That's why they had to close out the investigation within 5 days, because they didn't expect anybody to die. They just let the crime go down, not so they didn't burn their sting. A robbery, they could have just picked, man, Rory and Travis up right outside the treehouse with those squad cars, picked them up and, man, had them off the streets. Their undercovers, the undercovers covers aren't blown. You know what I'm saying? But once it became a homicide, that changed everything. Like I said, I don't think they ever expected it to be a homicide. Thing is there's other evidence we're going to be looking at. Some of the stuff that because it goes into other cases. It goes into the whole Crystal Dink locker case. It goes into other cases, man, and things that have happened. Unfortunately, this case has a fairly high death rate that goes along with it too. There's a lot of witnesses that have gone and died on us. So that part, man, again, it's all, I understand it sounds like conspiracy theory crap. I get it. But that's the thing is, man, but when you start asking the questions of the whys, why did the cops allow this? Why didn't they do that? Standard procedure kind of shit for any police department. Again, this ain't Mayberry. It's not hard to understand that when you have a vehicle used in a homicide that you think was used in a homicide, you impound the fucker. That's what you do. But they didn't do that in this case. So that leaves the question of why didn't you do that? Everybody does that. Why didn't you do it? So, it leaves all these unanswered questions that we're going to have to figure out the answers for.
Now, Ty,
some of it lies in that direction.
Now, Ty, there was a gentleman that came into your Facebook who was posting on one of my posts, and he was talking some craziness. Who is he? What is he about?
Jeffrey Thurner. That's the one you're talking about.
Which I know at the time you were like, hey, yeah, I got to explain this.
I think, man, look, I haven't heard from him yet. I'm sure I will. But, man, like my theory on that one was, man, look, he was just, man, drunken, man, talking shit. He sure, he likes attention. I know that much, man. I'm sure that's what he was doing. But I was like, at the time, I was like, dude, you got to chill. What I'm saying? Look, it's confusing enough. We don't need to confuse people any further than they already are. What I'm saying? This case, man, is confusing, to say the least. It's weird because, like we said at the very beginning of the show, it's like, it's a very simple crime in most respects, and it happens quite a bit. Unfortunately, it happens quite a bit. Somebody's just going to go rob, man, somebody they know has drugs, take, man, money and drugs, and somebody gets killed. It happens in every city almost every day.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But when you add in all the other stuff to it, then, man, it becomes very complicated. When you add in Anthea Clay, that complicates things tremendously. You know what I'm saying? And then Naeem Jackson, we got to add that part in, and every little part that gets added in.
Well, I think a great spot where it becomes where the simplicity leaves is, remember, Phelps has you in the interrogation room, and she very specifically told you to walk home because of all the cameras.
Oh, yeah.
And when you get to the point that all these cameras, HD cameras, this whole thing happened in HD, and the fact that doesn't exist. The fact that we really have to suspend our disbelief to the idea that, like, not just Malone, like every individual that went to go get.
You just made me think of something when you said that the way you did, right? I'm like, okay, they made it a point to have me look at all these cameras as I was going home, right? But okay, so you made it a point to have me look at them walking home, but you didn't make it a point to get the videos from all the cameras and
Right.
make sure that we had them as evidence.
And every
You know what I'm
person,
saying?
and every person that was involved in getting exculpatory camera footage or footage that could have been exculpatory, could have either proved or disproved your alibi,
Right. It
shown
all
who
ends
the
up
person was.
disappearing.
It was the wrong day. It was
Yeah.
this. It was. I mean, it's an incredible. So when you start looking at it, that's where it becomes unsimple, because it's like, oh, they just took a simple case and made it complicated, because now, oh, we don't have any of this. So
Well,
now
and
we've
then
got to
you
go
got, man,
to
the edited
real
videos
detective
that go
work.
along with it. You know, you got to explain
Yep.
that. I mean, the thing is, you're
Yep.
talking about a horrible investigation. I mean, horrible investigation. 244 pieces of evidence were found to be tampered with. There's probably like 300 and some odd pieces of evidence in the entire case. You know what I'm saying? And when you're talking about they can't handle DNA, they can't handle physical evidence, they can't handle forensic evidence. I mean, all this shit is getting lost or tampered with. And it's like, okay, how, and this was kind of my point, even when Jones and I argued about the investigation being relevant. It's like, how can you argue that, man, this investigation is good enough to even bring charges against me? You know, you guys are not competent enough to bring charges against me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nothing that you're saying, or nothing, man, that you're bringing, man, is believable, right? At that point, man. I mean, again, it's like, it's this is insane. Like, again, when they try and say my interview video was, man, so wait a second, the computer did this, man, random malfunction that chopped out pieces of my interview and chopped it up into 80 pieces, but it only did it for mine, right? Didn't do it
Right.
for anybody else. It's just mine. You know what I'm saying? It becomes,
And
man,
you said that, and you said you believe it was chopped up for purposes of covering up certain things. What do you think the reason was, or was it just to keep it out of court?
Oh, hold on. I think I got to answer something for Hannah here, because I think
Oh,
she's
sure,
got
sure.
a little bit
Okay.
of a misconception here.
Sure.
Paula, man, was dealing drugs. I mean, at least, man, that was, man, the hype, right? That she was, man, selling off, man, some of whatever she had to people, whatever, right? That was the hype. The thing is, man, there was no drug deal gone bad. That was always the prosecution's theory. There was a drug deal gone bad. That is not what we think happened. What we think happened is it was basically a domestic dispute between Anathea and Paula, right? Paula had Anathea evicted from the treehouse, right? So Paula got her evicted, and even according to Paula, and according to the reports, Paula said that, man, Anathea had tried to set up this exact same crime earlier, right, with other people. That's where Crystal Dinklocker comes in, and that's where other people that they didn't investigate comes in. Because, man, they didn't investigate Crystal Dinklocker. Unfortunately, she ended up dead too. And then, man, you have Melissa Damas was the other one that supposedly Anathea had tried to set this crime up with. Now, they never go and investigate that at all. So the thing is no, it wasn't about a drug deal gone bad. I think it was, man, just a feud between Anathea and Paula. And, man, what the whole idea was is, man, Anathea's setting it up. Okay, she gets evicted. She's like, okay, well, I'm going to send some thugs over there to beat up Paula and take her money. You know what I'm saying? That, take her drugs, take her money, right? So she gets Rory to go ahead and do this. Rory and Travis go ahead and do this, right? At least that's what the CI says. The CI doesn't say Travis, but he says, man, Rory and a white guy, which becomes important later. Actually, man, that was another thing in the report that becomes important. But the thing is okay, so she sets it up with them to go and, man, rob Paula, and beat her up, right? And that's basically payback for getting her evicted. Now, the other thing is, the other idea here is, if, man, Anathea called up Phelps and let her know the crime was going down an hour prior to the crime going down, well, then people got the question, okay, why would Anathea, set up the crime and then call the cops on the crime, right? Well, that makes sense if she wants to get rid of everybody. Because if the cops came in for the robbery, then they go ahead and they bust Paula for, man, drugs. They bust, man, whoever else is there for drugs. And Anathea's left, man, with the whole treehouse to herself. Don't get me wrong. It's a theory. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying, man, we have a lot of evidence, man, suggests that. Why would Phelps know how much money Paula had? That's a good question too. That was something else that came up because Phelps quoted off $1,000, right? That and the stories in the newspaper are never right with this. They say that man $225 got taken according to this, that, and the other. Now the people involved have always told me it was around $1,000, right? That would be Paula, that would be JD. People who've talked to me, man, about who actually knew how much money it was. You know what I'm saying? Now the thing is how would Phelps know that? The only way she could have known that is if Anthea had told her, something along those lines. The thing is somebody had to tell, somebody would have had to have told her how much money that Paula actually had. And the fact that Phelps nailed it on the head without supposedly talking to these people, that's kind of curious. I don't know how she would get the exact dollar amount without actually talking to somebody. It's also like the one officer who picks up the marked bill, and he tells you, he's making a joke, and he's like, "Oh, that's mine." He's like, "Oh yeah, what are the serial numbers?" And he's like one number off, on the serial number of the bill. So I mean, the thing is, man, it's all this, sneaky kind of undercover kind of crap, but I can also see where, it's poor decision making by Phelps. And man, she shows that throughout the entire case, much less what she did prior to the case. I don't think Phelps was ever exactly a good commander. Let's put it that way. And yes, man, she didn't really care about, the assets, man. She didn't care about, and in that case, if they did let it go down, that was the thing you and I were talking about. If they knew about it before it went down, if Anthea told them that robbery was going to go down and they didn't do anything about it and they just let it go down, well, then they're guilty of felony murder too.
Under the principle theory.
Under Florida's law, they're guilty of that. Which also explains why they would have to clean it up so fast, because again, they cleaned it up. That's why she, saw that face, the profile picture and was like, booyah, there's our white boy, right? Because they needed, a white boy, and they needed to clean it up quick. So the thing is, look, there's lots of theories, and I wish, Anthea was still around to tell us, you know what I'm saying? I really do. But hopefully we'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes more sense to me that Phelps and crew set Paul up to do a drug bust. Anthea knew about it and tried to intersect with the robbery. Maybe. I mean, it's possible. You know what I'm saying? Whether or not, Paula was going to do. I mean, I'm sure Paula actually. I don't know. I'm sure she did a couple of drug deals that day. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that, JD. I know she did. You know what I'm saying? I mean, JD, I know that's what that was about. But the thing is, but does that mean, she did deals with all four of those major drug dealers that showed up? No, that doesn't necessarily mean that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I could see where that would happen. I think it's just much more likely the other way. I think Paula and Anthea never liked each other, and I think, it was payback against Paula, man. She wanted her beat up, she wanted her robbed. Now did she want her killed? I don't think so. I think that was Rory. Rory's going overboard. I don't know.
So, Ty, has anyone ever reported that there were other people that weren't reported to be there that were posted up there that, like Ben Hansen? I think it's Ben Hansen.
Oh yeah,
people said there were like these unknown people that were hanging out around there.
There was unknown voices, obviously. Even
right.
Paula said that she didn't recognize the other voice. Right now,
right.
She thought she did later. I'll say that. Mm-hmm. She thought, she was convinced it was JoJo at the end. You heard her say that even during trial.
Well, she even said that in picture. Remember, there's the thing that I think should have been played in there at some point to her, is she was saying it was JoJo in the car with Pitcher the day after, and she was saying Todd O'Quinn was telling her it was JoJo, that JoJo was the guy, that he was running around the island, and she described him to a T, that he'd just come down from.
And not only that, I think Todd O'Quinn was convinced of that now too.
Yep.
And Hannah, as far as getting it out of Phelps, good luck with that one. Phelps, Phelps is a consummate liar. She's actually very good at it in some ways. It's funny though. In some ways she's not, but Phelps, she's not about to, give us anything unless we, drag it out of her. Don't get me wrong. We did was it 3 days worth of depositions with her, and man, she swears it was the worst time of her life. You know what I'm saying? And man, it probably will be again if we put her up there, man, for civil, for the civil case. She's going to have to relive that nightmare. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is man, no, I mean, Phelps, she's a excellent liar. That is true. She uses the read technique on everybody.
That's what I thought. That was her like main.
Right. And she uses it on everybody though.
Yeah.
She uses it on her own officers, much less witnesses and much less suspects. I mean, she just uses that technique for lying, man, quite frequently. And she's very good at it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, but not as good as you would think. Because man, one of the things I noticed about her is, man, she'll talk to you like she's an authority on the subject.
Right.
She just makes it the way she states it when she makes a comment. Like one of the worst ones was during my bond hearing, right? And she says about Anathea, she says about April Walker, about the whole threat, man. I threatened to kill April Walker and her baby and all that shit, right? And she goes, I knew April was telling the truth because she told me Ty said things that only her and I knew about. And she said it with such authority that, man, everybody kind of was like, oh, that's evidence, and it's like, and even the judge, though, Judge Jones had to lean down and be like, what did you just say? And man, I knew that she was telling the truth because she told me Ty said stuff that only her and I knew. And I'm like, okay, think about that. That is not evidence. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? But man, she says it with such authority, she makes people believe it is. Ooh.
Sorry, my phone was going off there.
No, it's okay.
It was ringing. I was like, what? I said, holy cow.
If you're talking about Roger Ruggett, as far as what happened to the guy in the treehouse with Paula when this happened, Roger Ruggett, as far as I know, he's still doing the whole golf course thing. David Alvarez did mention, though, he was like, well, man, Roger may not be around for the next trial, because I thought that was a liability to them. And it is, because that was the only victim they had that was willing to testify on their side.
Right.
And he wasn't even testifying on their side. He was just telling his story. But the bottom line is Roger, man, Alvarez was worried if he'd even make it to another hearing. And based on what we saw at trial, that's a good concern. It's an actual concern.
I was going to say, he seemed to be like his health was a little questionable.
Yeah.
He was in the same boat kind of as Paula, unfortunately, it seemed like. So.
Jennifer's asking me if I was, why were you even sent to prison after the trial? I was shocked. I wasn't sent to prison. Let's make that. We'll make that one that little distinction. No, after the trial, I did go home. They violated me on pretrial release, the conditions of my release. Which, man, it wasn't a violation, but the judge, man, went ahead and ruled it a violation and took me and put me back in jail. And when he put me back in jail, that's where I've been for the last 7 months. So I mean, should I have been there? No. Was it, man, any kind of legit? No. They were hoping that, man, that it was going to tie my hands behind my back and make it so the state could win. Right. The hope was, man, make it so I'm unprepared, make it so that, man, I don't have anything to prepare with, and then take me right into trial and find me guilty. You know what I'm saying? Get me found guilty that way. Because I wouldn't have had anything to fight with. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
I didn't even have any of the paperwork, man, to sit there and, man, put together motions and stuff like that. Or, again, even fighting things at trial was going to be difficult. I mean, if I can't make copies for them in the court, it makes it difficult to use even videos. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? So it was going to be challenging. It was going to be challenging to try and win from there.
Also tell them, Ty, about the fact that, remember, you told me, I don't think it was on when we were online, about the fact that they were going to make you do the trial cuffed.
Oh, yeah. No, that was another one. I thought they would do that because, okay, you have to make an actual motion for proper appearance at man court, right? If I don't make a motion to do that, then there's a chance they can go ahead and take me in there. And, man, I'd be in my jailhouse blues, man, still shackled up while I'm trying to play defense lawyer. So, I mean, that, obviously that's not going to help you with the jury. It's not going to
No,
help.
not well. Again, it goes directly. It directly contravenes the presumption of innocence. When
Right.
the jury is sitting
Right.
there and with a shackled individual, legs
Right.
shackled, arms shackled,
That's just an
looking
image
like
of
a
guilt.
prisoner.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? I mean, that, yeah, that's why I don't allow perp walks anymore either.
that's
You
right.
know? But the fact that you even have to file a motion to get proper court appearance, man, seems a little off. But apparently you do in Florida, so I had to take that into consideration too. And I think, and here's the worst part about that is if Morgan, man, had went ahead and denied that motion, then I would have had to do it in blues and man in chains. Because you got to remember, all those hearings I went to for the motions, I was still shackled to the desk. So I'm still tied to the desk during all those motions, all the hearings for the motions. The ones you guys weren't at, the ones that weren't Zoom.
Well, I was going to say he seemed awful nice during the plea hearing. I guess he must have known he'd authorized that somebody was going to be filming it at that point.
Oh yeah, no, that was the thing is the ones that were during Zoom, he knew other people were watching. There was one hearing, the one prior to the last one. But the hearing I was at prior to that, there was probably like 10 different people who showed up for that hearing.
Oh, really?
And
Yeah.
so, it definitely.
Well, yeah, I think I was on that one too, as well.
Yeah, it helps. It helps keep Morgan, man.
Well, just so you know, Ty, I mean, I was calling down there, and they were denying. I mean, they were denying the request.
The judge actually denied cameras being there for those motions.
Yeah.
Now to be fair, I'll give you this one too, though. Colleen Dunn tried to be there for frickin' the plea deal, right?
Oh, she did?
Tried to actually be there, man, on Zoom, and the judge told her no. He's
really?
Like, this is not a Zoom hearing, so she did not get to watch. It'll be interesting to see. I saw her. I actually did see her via Zoom during one of the other hearings.
Yeah,
right?
It was the one before because I saw her in there as well.
I saw her on there, and I was like, "Oh man, you don't look happy, do you? You didn't want to see me today." No, Colleen doesn't want anything to do with me.
I still can't believe they hired her back. I mean,
I can't either.
I
can't either, and I'm going to make them pay for that mistake because she should have. She shouldn't even be a lawyer, much less being a prosecutor. But there she is, man. She's doing it again and doing the same kind of stuff she did before.
She is. She's got no qualms about just.
It tells you what kind of office, man, Dennis Ward's trying to run here. This woman, man, got tagged twice by the bar. Not just in my case, but in another case. And there was at least, man, a few other cases that I knew about that she hasn't been tagged for. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this woman, man, no, she doesn't even deserve to be a lawyer. You're not, look, in a perfect world, and man, unfortunately, it doesn't work this way. But man, I actually believe in the ethical code, man, that the bar puts out. Right? I mean, they definitely put out what sounds good, but it's not the way it works. And I mean, even proof of that is, man, how many lawyers, like I said, how many lawyers watched that trial?
That's right.
And how many of them wrote a complaint? Because they're supposed to write a complaint against any member of the bar that they see, being unethical, right? Yep. They're supposed to write a complaint about that. And same thing with the judge. If they see a judge who's acting unethical, they're supposed to write a complaint. That's in the bar rules. That's in their code of conduct. And yet, I would be willing to wager. I'd be willing to bet money that not a single one of them filed a complaint with the bar, or the JQC against the judge. I don't think any of them ever did. All right. I thought it was quite cheesy of them to handcuff you to leave court after the deal was made and time considered served. Yeah. I get it though. I mean, I'm with you. I would have, man, much been like, I'd rather had him be like, okay, release me right here.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, okay, until the proper release goes through the jail, I still have to, man, abide by the rules.
Right. I was going to say, because you had to technically, be transferred into the Department of Corrections custody, in their system in order to be released. Is that correct? I thought I heard.
Right. No, that was why I didn't think I was getting out till Monday.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't think I was getting out till Monday because they had to get me a DOC number. That's a prison number. Right. And they thought they were going to have to send me up there to the processing center, the one we were talking about up in South Florida, and go up there, man, for a day, get my number, and man, either be released there, or come out, or come back and man, be released down in Key West.
Right.
So nobody, even the judge, nobody was expecting me to get out that fast. But apparently when they said they were going to expedite it, they weren't kidding, because, man, the guards were like, we've never seen anybody get a DOC number in less than an hour.
Wow. Now, when you went
So
back, did they take you out of your pod and put you in like a holding cell, since you were now post conviction and no longer?
no, the way that worked is, man, I mean, literally, okay, I come back from the hearing, and, man, I was just getting relaxed, man, in my cell again, tell my bunkie what happened, whatever. And they come in and they're, Tucker, you're out, roll it up. And, man, I mean, literally, so like I had like maybe 15, 20 minutes in my cell, and they're telling me to pack up my shit and get out.
Wow.
So and then they took me over to property, and they took me over to get my photos done, and, man, all that other shit, and then and fingerprints and all that, man, whatever, you're out processing. And, man, they had that done, man, and, man, just kicked me out the door with my boxes, and, man, that was that.
Oh, wow. So they literally just kicked you right out there on the island and just
yeah, I mean, I didn't have anything. That's what sucked is, man, okay.
That's what I mean. Like, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, how, like, I can't even believe that they are okay with doing something like that,
I'm not sure which new video you're talking about there, Christine. We don't have new video, but we do have a lot of new audio. There's a lot of new things coming from that. So we'll have a lot of audio tapes that are coming out. Will they be put to video? Probably. You know what I'm saying? But as it stands right now, there's just a lot of new audio tapes that are going to be coming out.
And there'll probably be
other evidence that comes along with it too.
There'll probably be played within videos, maybe,
Well, and not only that, I mean, I'm still going to be subpoenaing more evidence.
Yep.
Right. Like one of the ones I want to get, and one of the ones I was actually trying to get when I was in jail, was I want all of JoJo's phone calls from jail. That's 4 years worth of phone calls, man. And I'd love to know what he was talking about.
Oh, hell yeah. That would be great.
So, and I can get those, so, I mean, we'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of different parts of this story that start coming together as we move along.
Well, I think once you get an attorney identified, they're going to be able to really start digging into some of those things and make it.
Oh yeah. I mean, and that's the thing is, once we get, and, man, not just an attorney, but a law firm, because I think it's going to take more than one attorney.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, for sure.
It's going to take more than one attorney. It's going to take a bunch of paralegals, some investigators, stuff like that. And yes, they're going to have to start filing subpoenas, and they're going to have to, start dragging people into court and getting it all done for the civil case.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because, even the criminal depositions, we can't use those criminal depositions for civil case. Right. They're going to have to bring them back in, and, man, they're going to have to depose them again. Right. Because at that point, my new lawyers haven't got a chance to ask any of those questions. And, man, other lawyers involved with the lawsuits haven't gotten a chance to ask them any questions. So you have to bring them in and do a whole different deposition. Right. That's what the fight was over in the last civil part, right, is Paul's perpetuated testimony. Gotcha. They wanted to argue that, man, we didn't have a right to ask the court to preserve her testimony, right, for civil action as opposed to criminal. Now, we had already preserved it in the criminal at that point.
So will you be able to use like Paula's testimony and preserve testimony in your civil action? Is that going to be a problem? Or?
Yes, we will. But I'm not sure we're going to be able to use it for all the defendants.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? We'll have to see, because, the defendants that had already been identified, which is a lot, right? I mean, I don't think we're going to have too many new additions to the defendant list.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones that have already been identified, they conceded to use the one in the criminal case, right? Which actually would be good argument for any new ones, man, to be able to use it too. Because, man, that was the whole point of trying to preserve her testimonies. We wanted to preserve it so they got a chance to ask her questions. Well, they conceded finally. They knew what she was going to say, and they didn't want to ask her questions anymore. But they put us through a bunch of litigation first.
Right.
So the thing is it'll eventually, I think Paula's testimony, like I said, I know it can be used for most of the defendants. Can it be used for all of them? We'll have to see. I asked Phelps why she didn't go in and get Rory right then when she was the first one. Don't get me wrong. I'm with you there, Hannah. You know what I'm saying? Do you know how, the one that bothered me.
That bothers me a lot.
It bothers me a lot too, because it's like, okay, when Travis was sitting there saying how he changed the locks, he's telling Phelps how he changed the locks on the doors and how him and Rory are the only ones with keys. You know what I'm saying? Instead of asking him, just asking him, hey, can you open up the door so we can take a look around? Right? Instead of doing that, they go through the other neighbor's apartment all the way to the back and then knock on Rory's door and then eventually call it off. If she had just asked him if you can open the door and show us, then, man, can we go inside, look around, whatever? man, that shit would have been over with. They would have been done right there. They would have found me upstairs asleep. They would have found Rory in there, man, freaking trying
Well,
to.
that's why I wondered if she was. That's why I wonder if she was given, like, if it was known to her that Rory was actually involved, and she was trying to cover that up at that particular moment.
Well, she may not have known, but I mean, she knew. Okay, at least I don't know about her, but I know some of her officers knew about
Right.
Rory Wilson. They knew who Rory Wilson was.
Pacifico definitely did, because Pacifico was literally
Yeah.
screaming.
They've been to the house before.
Yep. No, she says because Hannah B is convinced that Rory was not the guy, but the DNA.
Oh
is
no, I'm
pretty
pretty convinced it was the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'll tell you right now, I think we talked about this once. I bet you if the warehouse is still there, I don't know if it's still there or not, but if it's still there, I bet you they find DNA evidence, man, in Roy Wilson's drains. You know, either, man, in his shower or in his sink or wherever the hell he washed that blood off of. I bet you, man, there's, man, DNA in those drains. I would be willing to bet money on that. But the thing is, if you add up all the evidence against Rory Wilson, it's a lot. It's not one thing. It's a lot of things. He got identified by witnesses. He got seen on video. He got caught getting rid of bloody clothes. He gets, man, his DNA is on the handle of the knife, man. Both victims on the blade. Then you got his DNA on the inside of the mask, man. Freaking both victims on the outside. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And then you have Rory Wilson himself admitting that he slit Paula's throat. Right. So, I mean, you've got, man, a ton of evidence against this guy, you know.
Well, and to me, I think the most, and this is what I don't know if it really wasn't focused upon as much at the trial using that video in this way, but I really believe that the strongest evidence that it was a Rory and JoJo production is
right.
Why would JoJo go all the way back, right? And then why is he immediately leaving to go down to meet Rory? That tells me JoJo had guilt in his mind because he just left this guy.
Well, I think he was going back to check and see what happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He got his car out of there and, man, got himself out of there. And then he was going to go back and check and see what happened.
Yep.
That's what
he goes and gets him. Now, I mean, the thing that I thought was interesting is how they were walking down the street. And that's why I always thought the hogfish, or when I first was hearing about it, and then I dug into it, and they were saying it was a white individual. But I thought, could that have been Rory and John Travis Johnson coming together because, fighting? Because it's like, dude, you left me behind. Like, you just totally split. You went split.
Man, and they both admitted that was them on the video. But the thing is okay. And man, look, even with Rory Wilson, again, when you go to Rory Wilson, it's like, okay, this guy changed his story. I don't know how many times. You know what I'm saying? And again, yes, they did lie. Going back to Hannah, yes, they did lie about everything. And, and that's exactly one of the reasons I was worried that Rory was actually going to walk on this. Because, okay, if Rory's lawyer had been any kind of smart, right, any kind of diligent, any of that, Rory Wilson's lawyer would have came back and argued, look at all the shit they did to Ty. How do you know they didn't do it to me? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that would have been a plausible argument given all the shit they did. Yep. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's kind of where Hannah B is going. And it's like, man, they lied about so much. How do we know that the evidence they pulled against Rory Wilson isn't fabricated too? Right. And she's got a point there. Yeah. She does have a point. And man, Rory's lawyer would have had a point had she used that.
Well, that's why I was so interested to see the direction she went with John Travis Johnson and her cross. And then it was so disappointing to learn that she went nowhere with her cross with John Travis Johnson.
No, she went nowhere with the cross.
It was horrible.
She went nowhere with the cross. I mean, she didn't bring up a single witness, man, on his side. Not a single one. Right? No expert testimony, none of that kind of stuff. And man, and Roy Wilson put himself on the stand. That was the only person who testified in that trial. And I know you haven't run that trial yet, but But I mean, again, you talk about a horrible, horrible trial.
Yep.
I mean, and you talk about ineffective assistance of counsel. You know what I'm saying? Look, I mean, again, there was a lot of evidence against Rory. That's true.
Yeah, I'm planning, Ty, to run that over the holidays when there's no trials.
So it should be. I'm looking forward to it, Steve. I can't wait to see what your analysis is on the whole transcript, because I'll tell you, I read over it a few times when I was in jail this time, and man, picking out even the inconsistencies between Travis's testimony at Rory's trial and his testimony at my trial.
Yep.
You know, there's some inconsistencies there too. But the bottom line is man, look, man, you know, Rory, and man, that was actually to let all y'all know out there. That's how I knew Mansfield sucked at cross examination before I even took the stand. Right?
Mhm.
I knew he sucked at cross exam because man, he couldn't even prove Rory Wilson a liar.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And and man,
yeah, it is. You're 100% right. The cross
You know.
examination of Rory Wilson is very weak.
Oh, weak as hell, man! All he
it's
does is go over what other crimes he's been accused of,
Yep.
and man, Rory's up there. Yeah, I think that was a bad check, and no, that was
Yeah.
for drugs. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. You know, I think that one was a bad check
Yeah.
too. You know, and he's blowing it off the whole time,
Yeah.
right? And you can even see, like, man, I read that shit. You can see Mansfield getting mad. You know what I'm saying, and getting red and all this shit. He's getting burnt by a guy that everybody knows is lying.
Yep.
Right, or at least he's changed his story numerous times. Why didn't he bring up any of that? He doesn't bring about him changing. Well, he does, but he brings it about. And Rory had a great excuse. You know, Phelps, man, threatened me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah,
and that's not even an excuse. I mean, I believe Phelps threatened him. I don't discount that at all.
Well, and had his attorney attacked John Travis Johnson and said, there was another guy named Detroit around. There was other people that they could have implicated. I mean, the DNA evidence was tough, but again, you raised doubt about that. That's opinion evidence. So you got to attack the opinion. But his attorney was terrible. I mean, terrible.
No, she was terrible. And man, what's worse is I met other prisoners who had that same woman in there. All of them got convicted. All of them.
Oh, I guarantee it. Well, I mean, that's why you said that it's very difficult, that you were one of the only people to be.
Well, that's why, man, you said to me after you looked at Roy Wilson's trial, like, okay, now I understand why Ty.
No, I did. I did.
It's
like before that, I was all big about, and then I went into that trial and I said, oh my God, like, like
if this is their idea of a lawyer, I'm much better without.
Well, you are, because it would have pretty much been lay down, asking. Because my whole point was you need an attorney to go in and really hammer John Travis. She wouldn't do that. I mean, it would be terrible.
And man, that's the good part is, man, now, man, going and moving forward civilly. Oh, I am going to stick some pit bulls on them, and this time, man, I'm going to let them go ahead and tear them apart.
That's what I would really like.
No need to go pro se anymore, Steve. We'll get those lawyers, get them in there, tear them apart.
Well, I mean, like I said, the nice part about civil is if they see value in your case,
right,
they're going to be. You're not going to have to pay a dime to them. They're going to take it.
They're going to go in there and they're going to go after them and they're going to hammer them. You know what I'm saying? And man, that's the whole point. All you have to do is show them the documentation. That's basically what it boils down to with civil cases. They want to see the documentation. They want them to be able to judge whether or not they think they can win, how easily they think they can win, how much money they think it's worth, all that other crap. You know what I'm saying? And that they are going to do it. And they'll do it right down to the penny and right down to the day on how long they think it'll take to settle. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, these guys, they're going to know what they're doing going in there. And, man, with this case, there's so much litigation. We're going to keep them busy for a while.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
So, Ty, one thing that I wanted to ask you that I think a lot of people have wondered: what was the makeup of your jury? Was it older, younger, middle age?
That's actually a funny story too.
Was it men, women? What was the makeup? What was the?
Here's the thing: is when they tried to, when we picked the jury, and they tried to back me into a corner, and some of y'all might hate me for saying this. I don't know. We'll see. But the thing is, when we go in to pick the jury. And I had done a little research on picking juries. I'm not, obviously, man, really, when it comes to criminal cases, especially for a murder case, picking juries is an art form. There's firms that's all they do is pick juries because, man, it's actually an art form. There's an art form to picking juries. Anyway, but Mansfield and Alvarez were trying to stick me with all white guys. They wanted all white males. Right, which is the worst possible jury combination. All white males, for all y'all who don't know out there, all white males equals conviction. Right, they're the most conservative conservative groups. One of the most conservative groups out there, and much more likely to convict anybody. You know what I'm saying? Call us old white guys bitter or whatever, but man, apparently we like to convict people. So the thing is they tried to keep me from, that's what I had to do is I had to fight to keep minorities on there. And I got one Latino dude and I got, 3 women, 2 that were actually on the jury and 1 that was an alternate.
Okay.
But that was it. The rest of it was, man, old white guys for the most
Old
part.
white guys.
And
And I heard, is it true? I'd heard it in one of the papers, I think, where they said there some of the makeup there was some law enforcement on there.
Well, there was, man, I mean, pseudo law enforcement, what I'm saying, man, people who were, related to law enforcement, whatever. But the bigger one, here's one that's funny for you. I think I don't know if I told you this story or not, but when I was in jail, so I'm in jail, and there, Cece from the case, man. Some of y'all remember Cece Hoverson. She's the one that, the one from the jail that helps do the search on JoJo's truck. That's Cece. Right. And she helped, man, do, some searching for evidence, man, during the case.
Mm-hmm.
But Cece always hated me. But the thing is, man, so the thing is, she's still there. She's still a trainer, which, man, again, begs the question. But anyway, so she's still a trainer and brings through this training class. Right. And it's a bunch of different cadets. Right. And I'm looking at, man, they bring, she brings them in and they're doing their little tour of, man, max security, whatever. And I'm looking at this one cadet and I'm like, I recognize this dude from somewhere. I know him from somewhere. Right. And so I go up to him and I'm like, hey, man, where do I know you from? And he's like, man, I was on your jury. I'm one of your biggest fans. And I'm like, and immediately it clicked. It's this guy Beasley who was on the jury. Immediately it clicked. And I'm like, oh, man, thank you so much, man. Because of you, I got 1 million more now, man. Thank you so much. Right. Because he actually voted me innocent.
Oh, he did. Good.
Yeah. So he actually voted me innocent. And so, man, I mean, I'm like, they need more cops like you. And then that's when, man, Cece comes over and breaks us up, and they have to go, man, whatever. But
that's awesome,
funny, man.
So he was a cop.
He's in training to be a cop.
Oh, to be a cop. Okay,
so he's in training right now.
Well, that's fantastic. That at least it sounds like they're going to get one. Even.
Well, I think it's even amazing that even after my trial, man, he wants to be a cop. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, because I didn't know that during trial. I had no idea, that he wanted to be law enforcement or that he was interested in law enforcement. But, man, the fact that he is, kudos to him, I mean, straight up. I mean, he went through that whole trial, man, and, man, he listened to the evidence and looked at the evidence and he didn't find me guilty. Right, man. Like I said, man, it turned out to be, man, one of my biggest fans on the jury, at least, So it's like, okay, I'll take that. Oh yeah, no, Perry, man, the criminal case is definitely done, and I am definitely not representing myself in the civil cases. I'm going to go ahead and, man, turn that over to some lawyers like a bunch of pit bulls and let them go after the chicken. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But the bottom line is no, I won't be representing myself in the civil cases. There's way too much litigation, way too much litigation here, and civil cases are a lot more complicated. Pretrial law actually is fairly simple. When you break it on down, it's actually fairly simple. The regulations, the rules, man, are fairly, easy for people to understand. Once you start getting into civil cases are very complicated. And there's a whole bunch of shit and different rules that go with them. So it's like, I have no intention on trying to go and file my own lawsuits. I have no, and if it had gone to appeal, which I'm happy it didn't. But, people were talking to me about appellate law when I was in jail. And it's like, I wouldn't want to do appellate law either. Appellate law is a whole nother thing that it becomes very complicated, becomes very complex. And yes, man, at that point, you probably need an attorney. You know what I'm saying is what I would say. And you're talking to a guy who is not, I'm not exactly friendly with most attorneys. I got some attorneys I like, man. I'm not exactly friendly with a lot of attorneys out there, So, but I do suggest that, man, for civil cases or for appellate cases, that, man, you might want to consider getting an attorney. They're fairly complicated.
I was going to say, yeah, especially just there's just a lot of parts to the civil process too.
Oh yeah.
Because they can come at you in different ways. They can file for summary. I mean, there's a lot of different moving parts and things, and yeah, you definitely and like I said, it's like we were talking about earlier. It's all there's a lot of investigative stuff you've got to do as the plaintiff when you're doing it, and they give you that opportunity. So you trying to do all of that without resources of a law firm is going to be very, very difficult to be.
Oh, and a lot of civil cases, man, a lot more civil cases get thrown out before they ever even make it into court.
Well, because remember, the reason why you're capable as a pro se defendant to defend yourself is because of the presumption of innocence. The
Right.
state has to assist you, and not the state as in the
Right.
state attorney's office, but the state itself
Right.
has to help you and
Right, to
provide for
defend
you
yourself.
to defend yourself, right? Because
Yeah.
of that. But when you go to civil court, you're taking that action on your own.
Right.
There is there's no need to help you. So you can go to legal aid and say, "Hey, listen, I
mean, look, there's plenty of people who file civil cases themselves, and I mean,
Yep.
you know, if this was a small claims court kind of thing, then man, I might do it myself. You know what I'm saying? If I'm arguing over, man, my mailbox got run over by somebody, and I'm arguing over there for you to pay for my mailbox, I might do that myself. But not when you're talking about, man, the amount of litigation we're talking about here, when you're talking about civil rights violations, when you're talking about, man, a whole bunch of different litigation, different types of litigation, it becomes very complicated. I mean, this case is, man, the amount of different things they did that they're culpable for is a laundry list. I mean, I can't even identify them all. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I've been able to identify quite a few lawsuits. Right. They're pretty easy to identify. I mean, obviously the Naeem Jackson thing. I mean, the denial of our marriage. I mean, that's another one. There's a bunch of different shit. Thank you, Christine. We're not quite there yet, but we'll have to wait and see. It's like I'm still trying to figure things out as far as that goes. Apparently, man, my computers are an issue. And I told you I'd see about Monday whether or not I can get the one from the airport and all that other stuff. We're working on that. We'll see how it goes. But
because you said at this point you're waiting to see if the airport has actually even
if they haven't trashed it.
Right. Well, I mean, they gotta see if it's even locatable, because I guess I'm sure. At this point.
What they say is and I would agree with you, Megan.
I'm surprised that they didn't take that with you to the jail. Like that they didn't want you to bring it with you, or
you would think, right? But I mean, you would think, but no.
Or they wouldn't have allowed it to be. Or they wouldn't have allowed it to be turned over to Lauren or something, like, to say, hey,
I mean, that's the thing
send it to her house.
And actually, that was the idea, right? That's why I turned my property over to Lauren in the first place. I turned my property over to Lauren so that, man, she could go and pick up that, that stuff from the airport. Because, man, you got to remember that laptop had a lot of stuff I was working on at the time.
Well,
that motion dismiss and everything on there. So it was kind of important. And that didn't end up happening. She needed a power of attorney to be able to get it. Right. She had the receipt, but man, even though she had the receipt, she still wasn't me. You see what I'm saying? So she was going to have to get a power of attorney to get it. But now they're saying that, man, because it's beyond 3 months, that it may have gone to like basically an abandoned property kind of thing. Right. And the lady was fairly hopeful that I'd still get it back, but we'll see. You know what I'm saying? I'll talk to her.
So when something goes abandoned property like that, do they like auction it off or something, or?
Well, that's exact, or give it to charity or whatever. Hey, thanks a lot, man. I'll talk to you later. And we'll keep you.
So somebody's walking around. If somebody's watching who has Ty's computer.
And thank you, Jennifer.
With the motion to dismiss. Post the motion to dismiss.
Oh yeah, if somebody ends up getting my computer and they don't wipe it,
That's right.
Yeah. Please ignore the porn.
Yes.
Go for the motion to dismiss. Please
that's right. And use that as one of the first documents to post for pro se defendants.
Yeah, I hear you.
Use it as a template.
I guess we probably should get going. We did another 4-hour
session. Yeah, another 4-hour session. Yeah, I mean,
but hey, wondering what the hell happened to me.
So, Ty, so I guess or should we expect your YouTube channel up within the next week, first of the year?
I don't know about the next week. I mean, again, got to get a laptop.
Right.
But the thing is we are going to be, we're going to have to revamp. I'll talk to you about this because I know you've been
helping. Yeah, absolutely. I'll help any way I can.
The free Franklin Tucker pages.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And those, men, we're going to have to revamp now because obviously I am free. We don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll have to revamp those for, again, basically a history of the case. I mean, this has become a fairly important case. I'm sure I'll be talking about it for a long time to come.
Well, that's what I think that's what I hope you focus on is getting on. I think, at some point speaking to people,
of course we are, Christine.
I mean, I think what you really should try to focus on doing is connecting with innocence projects, as you
Yeah.
said. I think you're working with, and
Oh,
also
yeah.
connecting with law schools and coming in and talking to law students
I do
about your
plan on doing
experience.
some of that, some of the lecture tour or whatever.
Yep.
There's different reasons why, man, to do it.
Yep.
Because again, I do have a fairly unique, my brother and I
Oh.
actually were talking about this too. I have a fairly unique perspective on the legal system.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not looking at it from a historical standpoint. I'm looking at it from an experience standpoint, which makes it a little bit different because, before that, I knew a little bit about law and this and that and the other. But the bottom line is it's only, man, from what I read in history books, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. Now I have a firsthand experience in this. And, man, it's like when I tell you this shit is screwed up, it's not because, man, I read it in a book. It's because I was actually there and know. I know how screwed up our system is. I know how, I know where, a lot of issues are, you know what I'm saying? And how we solve those issues, that's a big question for everybody moving forward.
I mean, I think what you got to do, Ty, is you got to obviously get up a site, get up a website, and reach out to radio stations, reach out to, different places that you can come on and talk about the situation in your case, because I think it's something that a lot of people can, especially people that are incarcerated, maybe now, that if there's a way you can reach out to those people.
Oh, yeah. No, I plan on actually, when I left jail, I told those guys I was going to still help them.
Yep.
And part of it is writing. Remember, I told you I was going to do all those fill in the blank motions for them.
Yep.
Right. Stuff like
look, in the future, I know we've been talking about your case, but in the future, at some point, if you want to get together and we can do a show on some of those guys' cases that you think.
Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, I talked to one today. I talked to a guy named Thomas Scagarelli. His case, and again, it's actually gone international in some ways. But his he gets busted for feeding key deer, right? For feeding the deer. And man, they tried to give him. This is a guy who just got found to have leukemia, right? So man, they wanted to give him 5 years prison time for feeding key deer, while he's got cancer. And they obviously can't take care of him. So anyway, but I'll talk to him, man. I'm sure, there's a bunch of these people, man, that are sitting, that go through this. And his was politically motivated too. This guy, this guy was a former assistant mayor of Key West or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And they came after him, and when they went after him, they went after him for the key deer.
Let's do what we can. I told you a while ago. I said let's get their story out and get as many people to hear it as possible. And hopefully we can collaborate with the.
I'm happy you came to there, Megan. And man, Jamie, thank you, and of course, Christine, thank you. And yes, we will come. I will be on your channel soon, Christine. We'll figure it out one way or another. Because man, yeah, I did promise Christine an interview when I was in. She contacted me during visitation, and of course, I promised her an interview. So man, we'll go ahead and. I'll keep my word. I always do. At least I try to.
So anyway, I guess what some people can try to do here at this point is drop that new email in Vinny's mailbox. Try to get the law and crime people.
No, definitely. That's
if we can
that is more likely to happen within the next week. You know what I'm saying? I see that happening fairly soon here. I'm going to get the email straightened out, and then I'll go ahead and get in touch with Vinny's people and see what he has to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you know their email, you should just email them and reach out and say, hey, do you want to talk? I can't imagine he wouldn't want to talk,
Yeah. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it. That kind of is where we're at right now. It's like, look, they do all these things thinking that, man, there's nothing we can do, right? All of us common people, all of us nobodies of the world, according to them, we're nobodies. Well, the thing is, there's a lot more of us than there are of them, and all it takes is, man, being able to put your hands up, especially when they're wrong, and going ahead and fighting with them. I'm not saying it's easy. And I definitely look, for as much as I had to pay for all this, 7 years is a long time. And they put us through hell for that 7 years. Not just me, but my family and, man, my friends and everybody, including you guys. And the thing is no, I mean, we need to rein this back in. We need to get, man, back in charge of our own legal system again. I think it's gotten out of hand to the point where it's too skewed towards the government, man, and the individual is just screwed, which is not what, man, our founding fathers wanted. So they wanted the complete opposite. They wanted the government, to have as little ability to be tyrannical as as possible. But I think we've gotten to a situation now where that's just not the case. At least not in the criminal realm. In the civil realm a little bit more, but not in the criminal realm.
Well,
and yes, and you're absolutely right, Pamela. They target the poor specifically because they know you can't fight. That's the
right.
thing.
Yep. Well, that's what I was explaining to someone earlier today, about some things. And I said, because it was like, well, you can assert this rights and if in this situation. And I said, here's the problem. I said, and this is the issue that my dad tried to solve for a lot of people, because you do have rights, but there's a cost to asserting those rights.
Oh, yeah.
So what my dad's goal was for the longest time, and he did it. Now he's gone, and it's just such a disservice because there's another person I found out today that got themselves in trouble who my dad helped for a long, long time, and this guy my dad would have been helping him, and he's not able to. And I said, but for you to do that, it costs money to assert, and people count on that. So when you're going against somebody who has resources, you're going against a system.
Right, they're going to out-resource you.
They're going to out-resource you.
I've said that about the prosecutors.
And guess what? Your rights are nothing then. If you don't know what you're doing.
That goes for anybody. Because, look, when you look at the fact that, you can't out-money the government.
That's right.
Even Trump, whether you like him or not. But, when he went to court, he couldn't out-money the government. You're not going to.
Right.
There's no way you can do it. I don't care if you're a billionaire. They got more money than you do. Yep. They also have more people, more resources, more influence than even he does. Right. So the individual, is at a severe disadvantage innately. And then when we start giving up rights, it becomes insane. The whole reason we have these rights is to try and level that playing field.
That's right.
And once we start whittling away at them, no, the government has overwhelming superiority.
But see, Ty, what you're doing, right, and what I'm trying to do here as well, to continue on in the memory of what my dad was doing for people, is by going pro se, you're empowering people to not feel like there's a price for their rights. If they learn how to use them,
right,
learn how to assert them, they have the confidence to do it. But you are the real embodiment of that.
Well,
you literally
less complicated. Like we've overcomplicated all that Latin bullshit. That's all that does.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? It overcomplicates it, right? When instead of saying voir dire, why don't you just say picking a jury?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It's really that simple.
Well, it's just like the term prima facie case, right?
Oh yeah.
And everyone's like, "Oh my, well, what is that?" That's just on the
surface is what it means.
Right. On first observation, what do you think? And everybody's you're hearing them throwing that around in court. They had to make a prima facie. And it's like, it sounds like, people are like, by the time they come out of listening to court, they're like, oh, it sounds so complicated. Yeah. But it's really not. If you have a Black's Law dictionary and you start looking up all the words, you're like, damn, they're talking in pretty regular terms that they've made complicated so that the average person doesn't.
And what they'll give you at that point is they're going to give you the bullshit of, well, we're trying to, preserve the historical context of our great, legal system and our great society. No, you're not. You're trying to keep it confusing for people because even back then they didn't understand it either. You know what I'm saying? The average person.
Well, and then the bottom line is, one of the things people have to understand too is, and again, as somebody who had a dad as an attorney, my dad told me this, and this was one of the things that upset him because he took on too many cases and didn't charge people money and got overburdened. But the reality is, the typical attorney, when you walk into their office, and what do people do? I need to go to an attorney for legal advice. They walk in for legal advice. That attorney is not there to sell you on that it's going to be easier. You can do it on your own.
Oh,
they're going to tell you how complicated it is, and you got to do this. And the reality is, it could be really easy. They could know that this is a phone call, this is that, and then they're going to act like they've done all this stuff for you, and then they're going to plead you out.
You said earlier, man, in the historical context of things, people used to handle their cases, man, a lot.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Even in criminal court, used to handle their cases a lot.
Yep.
This guy, like I said, this guy stole my chicken. Oh, well, Mike saw him steal my chicken and he's got my brand on it. Well, then the judge say, okay, give him his chicken back. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Or pay him for his chicken.
Well, consider this. Somebody popped in the comments earlier and I looked it up because I was very intrigued. and they said because they were telling you to go to Virginia and take the bar exam, and in Virginia it's still recognized. I had no idea that any common individual can actually go as long as you go into basically you get a sponsoring attorney who allows you to work at their office and be around them and you study.
So basically an apprenticeship,
Yeah,
basically.
you can do an apprenticeship and take the bar exam and become a lawyer in Virginia. I had no idea that you don't have to go to law school. So,
well, it's like I told you, I'm not arrogant enough to be a lawyer, man. So I'm gonna try.
Well, I'm just saying that tells you that at some point the viewpoint was the average everyday individual can do this. This doesn't necessarily
that's
have
why
to have
it remain a constitutional right to do it.
Yep.
Right, is because it was originally the way it started. Yep. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you always had the right to defend yourself. Yep. Lawyers became a concept much later, so it's like, I mean, and even now, like I said, I think we're at a point now in history where it's become easier for individuals to defend themselves once again.
Well, and the thing that bothers me is it's like the worst sales job ever. And again, in terms of imagine the mortgage guy who's allowed to go make their homeowner homeless for 30 days and say, okay, you're homeless and you're not going to have a home until you agree to these terms. Well, guess what? I just solved it and this is the price they're offering. Will you take this price?
Right.
It would be terrible. That's what they're doing to people when they say, all right, we're locking you up. We're depriving you of any information. You have no idea. I'm your lawyer and I'm telling you this is the best deal. Right. And then they bring him into court and they go, okay, did anyone influence you? No. Oh, what do you mean no one influenced you?
I know.
You're locked up on bond. You don't have access to your case. You're relying on an attorney who's basically telling you.
That's the other thing people don't get.
We're supposed to believe that people are willfully taking pleas? Come on. That was
when you have that attorney, especially a PD or anything like that, you are giving up your rights.
Yes.
Like your rights to self-representation means you make the decisions, right? If you give it up to an attorney, even a PD, you don't make the decisions in your case. The lawyer does.
That's right.
Right. And man, if you don't like it, the judge is going to tell you too bad. You want, you want to go pro se? That'll be the threat. That's always the threat for them is you want to go pro se? Well, then, man, sit down and shut up and let your lawyer do his job.
Well, listen, I mean, I will tell you this, that I remember my dad explained to me that a lot of the way the law has worked and a lot of attorneys operate in this specific way. They will charge their clients money. Okay. And they will charge them and bleed them. And then when they get to the point to where this attorney might have to take it to trial, the attorney will then come up and say, this is my trial fee or this is the plea.
Oh, yeah.
Always. And then they say, oh, well, if you don't like that, then you can go get a public defense. And they say, well, I don't have that money.
I'll be honest. I had a similar situation in my case.
Yep.
Because, I mean, Karen and Jerry wanted $200,000 to do trial. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I was much cheaper. I may not be as good lawyers as they are, but man, I'm definitely much cheaper.
Yep.
So
well, I mean, that's the hostage thing that they're holding. And that, I mean, that's crazy.
Maybe crack me up with that one. Didn't go very good for Ted Bundy. Okay, got to remember the reason he went pro se was just to mess with him. Look, he knew he wasn't going to win. This guy got caught, man, slaughtering a sorority house after escaping from jail, where man he was already in jail for murder. So Ted didn't think, Ted, man, my feeling with Ted is he went pro se as a last hurrah, man, just to mess with him. I don't think he actually thought he was going to successfully defend himself. But man, no, you're right. It did not go very well for Ted Bundy. But
yeah, it's like I said, it's definitely a system that is not geared towards fairness for the people who don't have resources.
No, and look, it's exactly like I've been saying, man. The idea of a fair trial in America right now, unfortunately, is a myth.
Well, that's why, Ty, if there's people's cases that need illuminating and brought out, you let me know, and we can.
I definitely will. And even on the new channel I'm talking about doing, I mean, that's part of what I did plan on doing on there is I'm going to highlight some pro se cases. I'm also going to highlight some that should have been pro se, where I think, man, they could have done better without a lawyer. Because I thought it was so funny, man, when I was pro se on Court TV, and they're all criticizing me and comparing me to lawyers, right? And how well they could have done, how well a lawyer could have done. Well, I mean, just like that case you just told me about with the kid who ended up getting life in prison.
Yeah.
His lawyer did not do him very well.
No.
He could have done, probably done better on his own, man, if he had made some decisions there.
Yep.
Again, I don't know how mentally incapacitated this kid was, but I mean, his lawyer made an incredibly stupid decision that cost that kid his life.
It took an
You know what
open
I'm saying? I
plea
mean,
on
that kid's doing
a
life in
19
prison now.
on a sentencing guideline 19-year deal.
Yeah, well, and I'll tell you right now, if you're looking at a life sentence, what do you got to lose?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I mean,
that's what
really,
I mean. That's what I've never understood, the people that take these pleas and they're getting a life sentence for the plea. And I'm like, why would you not just, I mean, you're at least while you're living in the jail during that time, you're presumed innocent. Now, of course, I don't know what living in jail is like. It may be so terrible if they say, you know what,
living in jail sucks. I mean,
I'm going away. I'd rather just get to the next spot.
However, I don't see taking a life sentence to get to the next spot. I just don't see that. I was
going to say, I mean, to me, I think that would be like, now let me ask you this, Ty. One before we wrap up here, I've always had this wonderment, right? So when you guys would go to court as a prisoner, do you guys look forward to court at all? Or is it
no,
really
we fucking hate it.
That's what I've heard. No,
we hate it because, man, then you got to get shackled up, and man, they go and leave you in the cell for a while, and then you got to go down to the holding cell, and it's an all-day event for us. It sucks for us.
So it is. So it's because I've heard you've had to get up at, like, some of the prisoners, they got to get up extremely early. It's like it's like a 12 or 13 hour.
Oh yeah.
So
it used to be. I mean, okay, it used to be. It's not this way anymore, but it used to be if you were going to trial or not trial, if you were going to a hearing, like even a status hearing, right? They're going to wake you up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, right? And man, they're going to take you out, man. You're going to get your breakfast in the holding cell. They're going to do your search and all that other shit, man. Then they're going to cuff you up, take you in the dog catcher van, go put you in the holding cell over there. And then, man, you got to wait your turn to be called upstairs to court. Right. And the thing is, man, it was an all day event and it sucked because, man, I mean, you're getting a bag lunch instead of a hot lunch, it's not, man, the same. The other thing we don't like is we don't like weekends and we don't like holidays. Weekends and holidays mean nothing to us in jail. Right. At that point, man, that just means the court is closed and nothing's getting done. That means I'm sitting here longer. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. So it is a little different perspective.
So it is a difference because, and I guess what do they give you? Like a bologna sandwich in the bag?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're going to give you some kind of bag lunch or whatever.
And they don't let your attorney buy
and a peanut butter sandwich and whatever.
And they wouldn't let your attorney buy you lunch if they wanted to.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. You can't pass anything off to a prisoner. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah. And they tried to even give me shit about getting my files into the jail. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, those had to come in, man. Those were special ordered just for Ty, kind of thing. So,
well, see, I can remember in the back of the day, the reason why I asked this, because I can remember my dad when he was there. Of course, this is, like we're talking the 80s and 90s before it was the high security places that it is. Now the courthouse is totally different. But I can remember going in during trial. I mean, he had a defendant. I remember this gentleman was charged with driving across country. He was a former Iranian like military guy, and he shot this guy who was allegedly sleeping with his wife. But I remember going in there during this guy's trial and being there, and now this guy was in custody, but he would be taken, and not to a holding cell. He was taken to a conference room. Right. And I was in there with him, and my dad would go out and get him hot dogs from down there, and my dad had people from his office bringing him food, and I can remember.
Now I will say this, Steve, that does depend on the circumstances and the jail that you're in. I've been into some of these very small town jails where, they feed you good, and actually it's the sheriff's wife that's cooking you dinner or whatever,
Gotcha. Well, that's how it used to be, because I remember my dad saying, but he had a case where this was in Jefferson County, so this is old. Like this was an old school kind of jail. But he said he remembered that he had a murder case, and he got contempt, took the contempt, and went to jail. And the judge sent him to jail, and he was in jail for about 6 hours, awaiting his office, who was filing paperwork with the Supreme Court to get him released. But he said while he's there, that it was a similar situation. The sheriff's wife. Their cook cooks him a big spread. He said all the prisoners were there. Mr. Haskin, oh my God, you're here. They rolled him out. They gave him pillows. And he said, And then he said when they came to take him out, he said, "Do I have to leave?" This
Yeah,
is
no,
great.
I hear you. I hear you. Get to a point where, man, you're willing to. If she's a good enough cook, you're willing to pay rent.
Yeah, he said I was relaxing, I'm resting back there, I'm eating good. He said, and why do I want to get out right now and have to go back to work? But yes, but those were
Well, man, according to everybody, man, there's two trials I'm going to have to watch. Because I'm seeing them talking about, man, the Boone case over here again. I'm going to have to check that out. My information was limited while I was in jail, so I saw a couple things come up in the news, but that's about it. And then, the Karen Reed trial is the other one everybody.
Yes. Not only that, but Ty, you might get to watch the second retrial because that's still on the docket, I believe, unless somebody tells me it's been changed. But as of the last time I looked, it's on the docket for next month. And then they're trying to get it moved to May. So it might, the second, you might not even have to worry about the first one. You might be able to live watch that second one. On the road to do that, so you can.
Yeah, maybe we'll see what's up. I mean, there was actually because remember, I think I told you about Chittister, Sean Chittister, one of the ones down there in Key West, and I may very well show up for his trial. We'll see. Colleen Dunn's the prosecutor. I couldn't think of. I think it would be great if I just go over there and sit with the defense and moral support, if nothing else.
Oh, defense rest says it was changed to April. Okay, good. All right. So it was changed to April. I had not. Yep. So now it's in April. Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, that would be cool. I mean, if you were able to show up down there and
I think I'll do that for, man, quite a few of these cases where, man, they're in question like that.
They should, you could be sitting there right behind the defense table and
hell, I mean, look, I've already talked to his attorney. I've already talked to him quite a bit, and there's things I could probably help with. Same thing with
is Morgan the judge or Joe's the judge?
Look, there's no rule about them talking to me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I can do that.
Listen, Ty, as long as you talk to as long as the attorney is there, then you are
as long as I'm not disruptive. Yeah.
Inoculated from like any type of practice in law or anything, because as long as the attorney is talking to you, and then
Megan just called me a trial pirate. Just gonna be stealing everybody's trials now.
That's right. That's right.
And look, man, we'll see how things shake out. But I mean, some of these people I was helping, yes, it is helpful.
But it's possible. Listen, Ty, the biggest thing you can do is let Vinny Politan know about those trials and say, listen, man, I'm going to be down there. And listen, try to get on as a correspondent with Court TV. Tell Vinny. Yeah,
we'll see. There was some talk.
Well, no, I mean, listen. What I mean is they have lawyers on there. You are now a pro se.
Yeah. Well,
try the case.
I'm the word of the common man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what you need to pitch to them, and you get on there and you can cover these trials.
We have professional judges. We have professional lawyers, man. Let's get the. I may not be a professional, but I am a good dancing monkey.
Well, you can be right in there in the courtroom watching it come out and report and be the guy that was talking to you out front of the courthouse. So,
I like, man, freaking how Jody's over here talking about jailhouse Jesus.
Jailhouse Jesus, the trial pirate. Yep.
I think I like trial pirate better. I think that one suits me better. But, we'll have to wait and see. So, anyway, I should probably get going. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Well, hey, listen, man, I had a good conversation with you. We made it over 4 hours again, so that's really
we're doing pretty good on these, So we'll have to schedule another one sometime soon, man. We can discuss some more issues and more things that are coming out and going on.
Yep.
I'm definitely gonna have to pass along some files to you because, man, there's some files you're missing. Like even the 911 calls, man, you should hear.
Well, look, and what we're doing is replace some of that stuff. And
I'll probably be working with you on the Free Franklin Tucker channel. Maybe we'll put them up there for everybody and all that other stuff.
Any way I can help, man.
We're up there.
Yep, you reach out. I will absolutely help out.
Okay, cool.
Like I said, I was going to try to do stuff with it at one point, but it was too difficult to try to figure out all the getting logged in and stuff while you were in. So,
all right. Well, man, thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for your questions. And, thank you for, keeping up with the support. It's definitely not over yet. It's changed battlefields, but man, the war is not over yet. So, we'll keep on fighting and keep on seeing what we can do. I'm going to go pirate me some trials now. I'm down with that idea. You know, I'll be the
There
trial
you go,
lawyer. You know? Just show up out of the blue at somebody's trial. You know,
That's right. Yep, and let them know.
All right,
that
guys. Thank
you're
you so
there.
much, and hey, happy holidays to everybody. You know,
Yes,
have a
absolutely.
Merry Christmas. All right.
All
I'll
right.
talk to you later.
All right, let's take it home.
All right, man.
Yeah. Tucker. Yeah. Todd Tucker in the court, yo, hands unbound against Monroe County, yo, didn't back down. Solo soldier in the fight, unseen battleground. Truth in his corner and justice drowned. Bruce, no lawyer, straight to the source. Legal assassin, riding his own horse. Evidence drop, brought the main force. Paper trail tight, no need to endorse. Todd Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County folded, couldn't keep the pace. Brought the system to the knees, wanted space. Freedom rang loud, no longer displaced. Challenged the odds, stakes real high, no fear in his eyes. Touching the sky, proved a point that made all haters sigh. Victory sweet, watch the birds fly. Judgment came down, finally free. No shackles, no chains, broke the decree. Standing tall, now everyone see. Todd Tucker made history, let it be. Todd Tucker took a stand, crushed the case. Monroe County folded, couldn't keep the pace. Brought the system to the knees, wanted space. Freedom rang loud, no longer displaced. Todd Tucker took the stand, crushed the case. Monroe County folded, couldn't keep the pace. Brought the system to the